Hello and welcome to Southern California. We are getting you ready for the A's and the Angels from Anaheim. Look at that beautiful beach weather out there in SoCal today. We're getting set for Cole Irvin against Jonathan Diaz, making his MLB debut for the Halos here. Shohei Ohtani was supposed to be on the bump, but he isn't going to pitch tonight and may not pitch for the rest of the season. He is in the lineup, though, as we see the players warming up out there in Anaheim. And looks like this is the way the A's get ready for the game. A little hacky sack. I like the hacky sack, Lauren Gardner. You like that?
I love hacky sack. That's what we did before this show to get loose, right?
We did. We did a little, like, kick the ball around. You know, that's what we do. Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Chime. Lauren Gardner, Heidi Watney coming to you from Studio 42, and we are getting you set for the A's and the Angels. This is a really important series for the Oakland A's. LG, tell us why.
Yeah, huge series. So as of June 16th, you go back there, the A's were looking strong, one of the best teams in all of baseball. They've really basically slid since. So 35 and 30 over the course of the last 65 games. And you look at what's happened up and down their lineup. Yeah, they have made some good acquisitions at the deadline. And this was a team that, maybe they might upset Houston, ended up taking that division. But not looking good. Their playoff chances now, according to Fangraphs, are down to 4.4%, Heidi, with one of the toughest remaining schedules.
They do have one of the toughest remaining schedules in baseball, but they're only 3 games out.
Yes.
And they start with the series tonight against the Halos. But both teams were in action yesterday, and here is how those games went down.
4 hits, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs, and 4 runs scored in this series. Left center field, deep, no way. Go! He's a machine.
He's solidly strong and continues to do it.
Harrison at third and Ken at second, and Lowry aboard at first base.
Pinder, base hit left field. 1 run scores. Canna coming home, he's gonna score. So the A's come through big time, take advantage of some very poor defensive play by the Royals, and now it's 4-2.
Here's Harrison.
This one driven right center. Oliveira's back, and it's over his head off the wall. Kemp is going to come in to score. Harrison has a 4-hit game, 2 more RBIs for Josh Harrison, and now it's 6-2.
For the 60th time this year, Sergio Romo comes out of the A's pen, 1-1 and a 4.45 ERA.
Olsen's got it. This should do it. He'll take it himself, and that will do it. So the A's needed to win this series, and they do. And now they will head to Anaheim, hopefully with a little momentum. They need a big, big weekend.
Rengifo, who's been picking up his hitting a little bit. He's had hits in 6 of his last 7 games.
Oh, Rengifo with a big swing and a 2-run dinger.
Luis Rengifo giving the Halos an early 2-0 lead.
And the Angels now have the bases loaded, and Jack Mayfield will be the next batter.
Mayfield sends the ball into the corner. That's a fair ball. Stassi scores easily. Walsh will come in right behind him. They're going to try it with Rengifo. No play at the plate. A bases clearing double, and now Mayfield's on his way to third as the ball got away from Collins. Wow. Still nobody out for Jose Rojas. Jose Rojas with a drive out to right when that one's going to go, and way out of here. 7-0 Angels.
Welcome back, Jose Rojas.
One last ride for Ohtani here in front of the Chicago fans this year.
Yeah.
I was guessing he's going to get a changeup now after 2 fastballs inside.
Hey, dude. I mean, those are 3 brutal misses. They might run him. What's the deal here? Chris Conroy's coming. That might be it. They might run him here.
Remember, a number of the White Sox.
He got tossed.
Tony will want an explanation for sure. Tony's starting to get a little more animated.
And away he goes. Tony La Russa ejected. I think Tony's asking where's the warning. The chant is Tony.
All right, so that's the action from yesterday from these 2 teams. Right now, we're going to welcome in MLB.com reporter and editor Sarah Langs. Welcome, Sarah. We have to start off with the man of the hour, Shohei Ohtani. Now, he's not on the mound tonight, so let's stick to his offensive prowess for a moment. What truly sets him apart from the pack in this regard?
So my favorite thing about Shohei Ohtani is when you combine his power and his speed. So one of my favorite lists to generate just on StatCast, looking at different stuff on Baseball Savant, is guys who are in the 90th percentile or better in both hard hit rate and sprint speed. So I know that sounds like a lot of numbers, but all you need to know is that these are the ultimate power speed combos. And if you take a look at these names, Shohei Ohtani, Tyler O'Neill already homered tonight for the Cardinals, who are pushing for that postseason spot. Fernando Tatis Jr., we know all that he does, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is actually still qualified for this list, even though he hasn't played in a while. Mike Trout, when he's healthy, is on this list, and Byron Buxton. These are the guys who are going to be crushing the ball, and if they aren't, they're probably legging it out for a triple. And I just love that he's able to do all of that. And of course, we're not going to get into the pitching, unfortunately, with him not going tonight. But the fact that he does all that and also pitches is just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable. That's a pretty good list there. All right, Matt Olson, he's been Oakland's leading power source. What has he done to improve his overall results at the plate?
He has made incredible improvements this season. It's been really cool to see. And, you know, I was in a manager meeting with Bob Melvin a couple of weeks ago. We were doing a game, an A's game, and he was talking about how he really set out and said, you know what? I'm not going to strike out anymore. And he's actually done it. I mean, we see so many strikeouts in the game these days. And the fact that a player can decide in the offseason, I'm not going to strike out anymore, and then actually do it is really incredible. So he has a 15.5 point drop off in his strikeout rate this year, which is the highest in the majors, the largest drop off. And this is the main reason why. He's not swinging and missing nearly as much. You can see only Gregory Polanco has had a larger drop off in whiff rate. That's swings and misses. So he's making a ton more contact. And of course, that makes a lot of sense. That's going to lead to a lot fewer strikeouts. And it's been great to see for him. He's gotten some conversation and sort of that third place MVP conversation, and he absolutely deserves it. And it's really great to see that he's done that. And I think that striking out less has really helped him there, because he was one of these guys who would hit close to 40 home runs, but strike out close to 200 times. And the fact that he's cut that down a lot just puts him in a lot better light in that national conversation.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. I just am not going to strike out as much this year. To actually go out and do it is amazing. How about David Fletcher and his high contact rate? What can you tell us about his approach this season?
Oh my gosh, he is such a fun player to watch. So when we did our top 10 right now, it's entering the 2020 season. At that point, he was playing third base, and I had him on my list, and Brian Kenny asked me to defend that one. And I just said, have you seen this guy? All he does is make contact. So this is the lowest whiff rate this season, which is just the inverse of contact rate. So as you can see, he has by far the lowest whiff rate. I mean, that is a very hefty difference between him and Luis Arraez, especially when you compare that to the difference between Brantley and Arraez, number 2 and number 3 on the list. What this means, when he swings, he's going to make contact. And the really fun thing about the contact he makes is that it's all over the zone and out of the zone. He has one of the highest pitches ever hit for an extra base hit. It was a double last year, since we have pitch tracking stuff, which goes back to 2008. The thing he doesn't do is hit the ball very hard, but it doesn't really matter as long as you're making that contact and getting on base. So he actually doesn't have a barrel this year, which is batted balls with kind of the optimal combination of launch angle and exit velocity. And he could end up with the most batted balls in the season without a barrel. But again, it doesn't matter because he makes so much contact, and that helps him get on base a ton.
Yeah, put the ball in play. You never know what's going to happen. Matt Chapman is on the other side of that. He's been a defensive standout for the A's. How big of a priority has this been for Chapman throughout this season?
I mean, this is what I love about Matt Chapman, is that I know he's not having a great year at the plate. And after really breaking through in that 2019 season and hitting pretty well last year until he dealt with that injury, it's been a little disappointing to see that his offense has taken a step back. But it really doesn't matter when he's still able to help the team in run prevention with his defense. So if you take a look at this, he has by far the most outs above average among third basemen this season. If you look at defensive runs saved, you're going to see a very similar list. And I like outs above average, which is our StatCast metric, because it accounts for things like the speed of the runner, who he's making a play on a ground ball. And I think that that just gives you even more of a picture of what makes him so good. And it's really fun. I mean, we did a game that included both him and Manny Machado a couple of weeks back over at MLB Network. And we were talking about how they're so different because Manny Machado plays in right field half the time these days. But what makes Chapman so good is just he covers that actual third baseman range incredibly well. And with outs above average, we can even tell you that he plays really well when he's standing in that shortstop position in a shift, which is part of what makes you a really good defender these days.
Yeah, that's pretty special. He is back in the lineup after missing the last 4 games after fouling a ball off his foot. Finally, we've got to talk about Starling Marte, who's been a huge acquisition for Oakland. He's batting a hefty .343 since joining the A's, but he is ineligible to win the batting title.
Yes. So he's hitting .343 since joining the A's. He's hitting .321 for the year, which at least entering tonight was the highest in the majors. But he can't win a batting title because he isn't going to be a qualified player in either the AL or the NL. So he hit .305 for the Marlins before he was traded, but didn't get to those 502 plate appearances you need to qualify. And now he's in the 200s in terms of plate appearances with the A's, but he's not going to get to 502 before the season is over. We only have 2 weeks left. So he's going to end up in this interesting position where if he continues to lead Vladdy and everybody else, he's going to lead the majors in batting average, but he can't win a batting title. We've only seen this happen once before in the modern era, where a player led the majors in batting average, but didn't win a batting title. It was in 1990. Eddie Murray hit .330 to lead everybody. But Willie McGee was traded in August on the old waiver deadline from the Cardinals to the A's, with the A's also involved here. At that point, he was hitting .335 for the Cardinals. When he got traded, his National League batting average froze. So he hit .274 when he got to the A's and finished at .324 for the year, which is lower than Eddie Murray. But because he was at .335 as an NL player, he actually won the NL batting title. And if you go back, you can Google this and find newspaper accounts from 1990 where everyone was kind of in awe. I mean, it's a rule, it's official, but it's pretty crazy that we might see this happen again in another way.
That is crazy. I didn't even know that. Thank you, Sarah. A good history lesson there. Thanks so much for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course, Sarah Lang's always dropping that knowledge on us. Okay, it's now time for our MLB Game of the Week poll. Who is going to win tonight's matchup? Will it be the A's or the Angels? I'll give you a little hint here. The A's have won 12 of 16 against the Angels heading into the final series of the season. As we take a look there at the pitching matchup, Cole Irvin facing Jonathan Diaz. I did not say that correctly, making his MLB debut. All right, we're going to step aside. Speak of the devil there, number 74, about to make his debut in the bigs. Welcome to the show, my friend. More to come after this.
Deep to left field. Vaughn is back, and that baby's gone. 4th home run for Chapman against Dallas Keuchel in his career in the A's. He'd 1-0. That one is hit to left field, and it's hit well. Martin's going back, shading his eyes at the wall. He leaps, and that baby's gone. Yan Gomes gets the A's on the board. It's 4-1.
And here it is to Matt, and he lines one down the right field line for a base hit. That'll score Murphy. Elvis around third. He's going to score. And Marte's streaking to third. They're going to wave him. Comes all the way around. He scores without a throw. On a double down the right field line by Matt Olson. And the A's have broken it open.
Deep to left field. And that baby is gone. So a booming home run for Marte here in the bottom of the first inning. Driven to right field. Garcia's going back, still going back. He's near the wall. He turns around, and that baby is gone.
33 for Matt Olson. Gives him 96 RBIs.
And a milestone.
500th hit.
Well, that's the way to do it.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Chime.
Hey, can you teach me how to Dougie? Why are you following me? Stop it.
You floss?
I tried the other day, my tooth fell out. I can't floss.
Stop!
What happened? I told you, I was flossing and it pink popped out. Yeah, said I'm out. Peace. It's all right, they glued it back in, we're good. Ah! Hey, so what made you think it was okay to have the same hair as me? And stand just like me? What did you say about Tony the Tiger? Ah! I think he's one of those guys that comes out here and actually gets work done now. You got it, you got it. Unlike us pitchers. Yeah. I don't want it, get out of here. I mean, it's at the point now, if I don't like slick it back like this, my hat won't stay on. I'll go to like cover first, and it'll just go boing, 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 poo, gone. And it'll just go boing, 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 poo, gone. Analytics is thinking too much though. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not against it. Like, it works great for certain people. I'm just not certain people in that regard. Because if I try to think and I try to pitch, game over, I'm done, terrible. Walk the freaking house. But aren't they faster than the wide receiver? Or is it because they go up for a ball to catch it and they're just like, nope? I mean, you're either gonna do good or you ain't gonna do good. It's pretty simple.
Well, certainly a guy who needs no interjection there, especially after that mic'd up piece. One of the more entertaining characters in the game of baseball, Andrew Chafin. Dude, what's up? First of all, let's circle back to that mic'd up piece. It seems like you've had zero issues transitioning to your new club.
No, it's a pretty great group of guys we got here, and it's a pretty fun environment. Just go out and have a good time and go out and compete.
Yeah, speaking of competing, you guys are just 3 games back in that wild card spot. What was it like going from the Cubs, who were in the middle of this rebuild, to now being with a contender?
Yeah, I mean, I try to take everything one game at a time, one pitch at a time. It doesn't matter like how many games back or how many games ahead. I really don't care. I got one job to do at a time, and that's just go out and get hitters out, and that's pretty much all I worry about.
Yeah, speaking of facing some really talented hitters, Shohei Ohtani, we're not sure if he'll be in the lineup tonight, but what has it been like facing him? I know you faced him twice.
Well, I mean, I see him on TV hitting the ball real far away, so I just try not to do that when I'm out there.
I feel like
I just teach him just like any other hitter.
That seems like a really simple approach, and just you being focused on the mound. What happened last month when you lost your tooth during an outing?
Let's see. No, it wasn't during the outing this time. That happened like 4 years ago. The first time that tooth, I needed a crown, and the temporary fell out against the Dodgers. But that's besides the point. It was like right before the game. I was going out, sitting there just flossing my teeth, you know, trying to get pretty, and then I get up next to it, and it just pop, came out again, and then so yeah, I had to get that fixed.
Dude, we cover a lot of hockey here, and I can definitely see what that must have been like for you. But you played through. You were an absolute gamer, so we'll respect that. Let's circle back to when you were with Arizona. You lived in an RV. What was the genesis of having your house on wheels?
I hate renting, and I figure if I spend that money towards like a camper that I get to keep at the end of it, it'd be a lot more worthwhile to me to just live in something like that. And I'm pretty simple. I don't need much, and I was like, camper will do the job.
I respect that. Now, what was the most memorable part of living in a camper?
I got hooked up with a gentleman that had an Arabian horse farm in Scottsdale, and I was able to stay on the farm, and I was able to keep my horse out back, so I could just go right out the door and go jump on my horse and go ride around.
Oh, that's awesome. I grew up riding horses. What kind of horses do you have?
Just quarter horses. I actually ended up selling them both this year because we're moving properties, and too much of a pain to deal with them right now, but we'll be getting back into the quarter horses once my girls are big enough to start riding.
Oh, that's cool. Are they going to barrel race?
No, they're not allowed to barrel race.
I grew up doing that. It's a very dangerous sport, and yeah, it's kind of a wild environment. So you know what? I respect that. And if you watched Yellowstone, dads are like never going to let their daughters barrel race at all. Okay, let's talk about the mustache. One of the best lip sweaters in all of baseball, in my opinion. So who wore it better, you or Rollie Fingers?
Rollie Fingers. Dude's got more respect than I'll ever have, so he definitely wears it better.
What do you take more pride in, the mop or the mustache?
Ooh, probably the mop, just because my daughter has the same hair and I think it's adorable.
Aw, I'll bet it looks great. How old is she?
About 3. No, a little over 3 now.
Oh, yeah, especially with the curls. Like, yeah, I'm a sucker for that. Okay, so let's circle back to Harry Potter fan. Which house do you identify with?
I mean, it's probably cliche, but probably like Gryffindor, I suppose.
It's hard to go wrong.
I don't know. I like helping people and stuff, and figure I'd be a fair fit there.
I think you'd be a really fair fit there, and then you can play some Quidditch and maybe be the MVP on that team as well. Well, we appreciate your time. Before we let you go, can you make the case for the Oakland A's to make it into the postseason?
Make the case? I'm not even sure what you mean. I'm just worrying about tonight's game, and we'll go from there.
That's all you can hope for.
Is that what we're asking?
Yes,
yeah, just take it one game at a time, try to win them all.
Hey, dude, we were in lockstep right there. Well, thank you so much for your time, and have a great game tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It is time now for the Creator Spotlight. We're going to welcome in Ashley Sanders. You can check out her YouTube channel, Ashley_Sanders, for the best videos from her Twitch streams showcasing Diamond Dynasty in MLB The Show. Welcome, Ashley. How you doing? Tell us a little bit about your channel and the type of content that people can expect to see.
Absolutely. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. We are all about MLB The Show, from baseball, real life baseball, of course, to virtual baseball. We bring in the offline, low-key atmosphere, as well as the really high-key competitive atmosphere, just covering all the bases in terms of what can happen in a video game atmosphere, and then relating that, of course, to the real life baseball that we see on a day-to-day basis.
Oh, that's awesome. And, you know, I am partial to that video game. It's a pretty sweet video game. All right, well, the A's, they're currently just 3 games out of an AL wildcard spot. So do you think that they have a run in them to make the postseason?
Honestly, I think that they do, especially because they still have, I believe, 2 series against Houston. They very could well take over the American League West, but with that wild card, the A's happen to get hot very late in the season. We see that historically, and I would not be surprised if they really get hot, turn on the Jets, and make a push for either that 1st or 2nd American League wild card spots.
Great stuff there, Ashley. You know your stuff. If the A's are going to make up any ground in the wild card race today, they're going to have to keep Shohei Ohtani quiet at the plate. Is he your favorite for the AL MVP award, or would you go with Vladdy Jr. or someone else?
Oh, Shohei Ohtani is absolutely the favorite. I like to think of him as doing everything that Vlad Jr. is doing, but he's also pitching. I think just having that duality, having that complementarity, something that we literally have not seen since Babe Ruth, and he's even doing it a bit better than Babe Ruth. He's hands out my favorite to win the MVP for the American League.
Oh, he is fun to watch. You are absolutely right there. Now, your favorite team is the White Sox, and they are running away with the AL Central. So which team poses the biggest threat to the White Sox in the American League?
I would say a team that's on the cusp of the wild card, which is the New York Yankees. The White Sox did not do really well against them during the regular season, and the Yankees are currently battling with the Blue Jays for that wild card spot. And I would like to see the Yankees miss the wild card, though there's still plenty of time left in the season for them to possibly sneak in and then face the White Sox.
Hey, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? All right, last question for you. Absolutely. I want to know your World Series matchup prediction and who you think is going to win.
I'm going to be a little biased, but I obviously have to root for the White Sox for that American League contending team. However, for the National League, I have to go with the San Francisco Giants. They have been pedal to the metal all throughout the season, so I'm definitely saying the White Sox and Giants. However, of course, have to root for the White Sox. I do have them winning in 6 games in the World Series if it goes that far.
All right, White Sox in 6. It's 2005 all over again. And Ashley, your girl after my own heart here, because I grew up a San Francisco Giants fan. So I wouldn't mind seeing that World Series matchup either. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Yes, thank you very much.
And Ashley, of course, a fan of our own Heidi Watney, who's a star there on MLB The Show. Look there at second baseman David Fletcher, 3 for his last 44 over the last 11 games. Getting his stretch on, ready for the first of a 3-game set at Angel Stadium. A chance for the A's to make up some ground, battling for their playoff lives. More to come after this.
Swings and lines a base hit out of the reach of Cronenworth. That's going to score 1. That's going to score 2. And Joe Adell breaks the no-hitter, and the Angels have a 2-0 lead.
Rengifo on top of Petco Porch. Solo shot. 3-0 Halos.
Halo fans loving this.
Petco Park, Luis Rengifo.
Dell to right field and well hit, and that one's gonna go. A pair of two-run homers in the 7th and the 8th, and hasn't this gotten interesting?
2-0 to Rengifo. Swings at that one, and he hits it well. And out of here, home run for Rengifo. That is number 4 on the season. You're going to want that baseball.
Ooh, that was a quick throw back. A Rengifo bomb. Hit that one out quickly.
And here is Ohtani now. 3-2 fastball, line to right, and deep, and gone! Like a bullet, 44 in the blink of an eye.
3rd home run for Shohei Ohtani as a starting pitcher.
And welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Chime.
All right, it is time now for the picks to click presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. And our first pick, over under 9 total runs in tonight's A's-Angels game.
Okay,
what do you got, LG?
This is a tough one. Normally, I would be tempted to take the under, especially if Showtime were on the mound. Obviously not the case. Jonathan Diaz, kind of the unknown, making his MLB debut. So you can look at his minor league numbers, but you're not facing big league lineups, obviously, in AAA. So that's going to be tough to gauge. So in my opinion, Heidi, I'm taking the over on this one. Also, check this out. The A's team ERA in September, 6.69.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
No, not ideal. We're taking the over on this one at 9 runs. What about you?
All right, my inclination when I first saw this question was to take the over. I think these two teams, they score a lot of runs. They don't necessarily always prevent a lot of runs, especially like you said, Shohei Ohtani scratch. You got a rookie on the mound. But seeing a rookie on the mound, there's not a lot of information about him yet. So sometimes rookies can come out and they can just deal and have a great outing. And Cole Irvin, he's pitching in front of his hometown friends and families from the Anaheim area, going against the Angels, and he's got a lifetime 3.24 ERA in 4 starts against the Angels this season, so that might yield to the under. So I'll take the under since you took the over. How about
I like that? A little extra juice there. Okay, circling back to Showtime, because all roads usually lead back to Shohei Ohtani. This is not the first time we'll be talking about him here in our picks to click. Will Shohei Ohtani hit a home run tonight? It's a plus 270.
Not bad, not bad. I'm going to go with yes. He is due. I mean, I would always go with yes. Shohei Ohtani is going to hit a home run. I mean, he's hit quite a few of them this season, but I think he's struggled a little bit lately. He is, and he's also 4 for 12 with 2 doubles and a home run in his career against Cole Irvin. So I'm going with yes, Ohtani's going deep.
I like this. And you talked about him slumping, right? So he's hit 7 home runs in his last 41 games, really since the All-Star break. But kudos to him for putting himself out there during All-Star week in Denver. He went ahead and entered himself in the home run derby. It's not like you sign up, but you know what? He said he would go ahead and do it. And he said he would do it for the fans. And I feel like he was so sharp at the beginning of the season on both sides. I think he's beginning to soften a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead. This is a tough one. You took the over. I'll take the under.
All right.
It's tough.
All right, last one. Will Starling Marte record 2 or more hits, LG?
Ooh, this is a tough one here. So Starling Marte, since the acquisition from the A's at the trade deadline, has been absolutely on fire. One of the best hitters, not only in baseball, obviously in the American League as well. So he has had multi-hit games, Heidi, in 18 of 42 games. That's a conversion rate of 43%. So if I have my druthers right now, going up against an unknown on the mound, I'm taking the over.
All right, all right. He leads MLB in hits since making his A's debut July 29th with 61, so I'm going with a yes as well. All right, LG asked you a poll question earlier in the show, and here is the result. Who is going to win this game? 67% of you are going with the A's, making that playoff push against the Halos. Halos just came off a good series against the White Sox, but we're going with the A's tonight. How about some starting lineups for you? Actually, we're going to get you right out to the game here. It's going to be Scott Braun, Tom Verducci, and Brett Dolan on the call as the A's are getting set to take on the Angels in Anaheim. LG, do you agree with the poll?
I agree with the poll. I'm actually surprised at how close it was, Heidi. I know they're division foes, and I know they've had some, tough matchups against each other, but the A's kind of own the Angels this season. So, yeah, a little surprised.
They have, but the A's have more to play for in this game. All right, enjoy it.
Here's the pitch.
Drives it deep.
What a play!
Are you kidding me? Oh, my!
These beaches, this weather, what's not to like? Plus, the most talented baseball player on the planet resides here, and tonight, the entire world is watching. This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Chime. The Oakland Athletics visit the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim on a Friday night at Angel Stadium in California to crack open a 3-game set. And the best action in the AL postseason picture is in the wild card, with the Blue Jays and the Red Sox currently holding those precious 2 seats. All the way on the right side of your screen, Yankees barely behind. Then there's Oakland and Seattle, and those 2 clubs have serious work to do. The A's really need to at least win this series, if not sweep, to stay in the conversation with just a couple weeks to go. Scott Braun along with Tom Verducci. Hello to the YouTube audience watching worldwide. You're in for a treat. Shohei Ohtani is in the lineup. He's the DH, and he truly can do it all.
He really can. Listen, this has been a great year in Major League Baseball. The Giants have been on fire, a record number of no-hitters, but Shohei Ohtani is the story of this season. On the mound, very few pitchers as tough to hit as Shohei Ohtani. In the batter's box, how about this? 74 extra base hits is second in the entire major leagues. That's not all he can do, folks. This guy's got tremendous speed on the bases, 23 stolen bases this year. He can do it all. Shohei Ohtani actually made the Time Magazine list of the 100 most influential people in the world. Yeah, he's that good. And not just this year, folks. When you look at this point in his career, Shohei Ohtani has more home runs and more strikeouts than any player who has worn an Angels uniform. So many superlatives. I can't wait. Any game with Shohei Ohtani is must-see TV.
Still the front runner for AL MVP tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Just checking. We'll get to that with a poll question later on YouTube. Well, the Oakland A's don't have Ohtani, but they have the Mats on the corners, and they're special. Chapman and Olsen can play excellent defense. This team, though, has been riding a wave of up and downs. It started really shiny. There we go. Did we shoot this today? It's that nice out. But Oakland was the best team in the American League through June 18th. 44 wins, 27 losses. They've been sub 500 since that time period. In fact, 5 games under. The bullpen has had its struggles lately. And also, when they're playing against better competition, high tide, it's not working out as well, and they have not missed the postseason since 2017. That is on the line at the moment. So what do? The front office says, let's try and bring in reinforcements to save the day, and that's led by the electric Starling Marte.
Everything you want in a trade deadline pickup. A guy who was playing really well for Miami, playing even better for the Oakland A's. One of the most dynamic offensive players in the game. You could see that he's got more than 20 stolen bases in each league this year. And you talk about being dynamic on the bases, getting on base, and you see that A's uniform. Who do you think of? You think of Ricky Henderson. Well, Starling Marte might be joining select company, which includes Ricky Henderson. In the past 30 years, the only players to get on base 40% of the time and steal 50 bases. Starling Marte has a chance to join that elite company. Hasn't been done in 2 decades. That's how special he has been this year.
And they've really needed him in the second half of the year. As I mentioned, this is a competitive American League wild card race, so it is that time of year. It's scoreboard watching season. It's schedule evaluating season. So let's bring in Brett Dolan for more on the Oakland A's finish line. Brett?
Thank you, Scott. Back on Wednesday, Oakland outlasted Kansas City 12-10. The night before, they had blown a 6-run lead. That's happened twice this month. So after the game, Bob Melvin took off his hat for the media. He said, look, all brown hair, no gray hairs. I'd like to know his secret. He would probably like to know the secret of getting better pitching in the month of September. His team, they have the worst earned run average in baseball, even beyond Baltimore. That's going to have to change as they go down the stretch. They have been in a postseason spot for a bulk of the year, no longer, chasing that second wild card berth. So let's take a look at what is ahead for Oakland. After this series, they will go home for 4 games against Seattle, then 3 against Houston. They'll face those same 2 teams on the road, 3 in Seattle, 3 against the Astros. They'll have to play better. Just 4-8 this year against Seattle, 4-9 against the Houston Astros. So they'll have to play better this entire month to make that push towards the postseason and the second wild card berth. Beautiful night for baseball here in Anaheim. Our YouTube game of the week. The Angels and Athletics. Our starting lineups. Our first pitch straight ahead on YouTube.
That's going to be a base hit left center field. Read all the way by Elvis Andrus. He scores. The throw to third is late. He's going to run. It's 3-1. Careful effort again, has to move back in, throw to first, and it's a little offline. Olsen is going to beat it out either way.
And here it is to Matt, and he lines one down the right field line for a base hit. That'll score Murphy. Elvis around third. He's going to score. And Marte streaking to third. They're going to wave him. Comes all the way around. He scores without a throw.
And that one is smoked to center, and that's a base hit. Trotting him to scores Marte, and it's 8-4. 3 hits and 4 RBIs for Matt Olson, and it's only the 4th inning. Driven to right field. Garcia's going back, still going back. He's near the wall. He turns around, and that baby is gone.
33 for Matt Olson.
Olson hits one deep to right field, and that baby is gone.
You know how the story goes. Fastballs in real estate, kite, location, location, location. And Matt Olson just pays straight cash for a pad out in right field.
Back at Angels Stadium, Scott Braun along with Tom Verducci, and the games we share on MLB's YouTube channel are free for everyone. YouTube.com/MLB. Our latest feature puts the audio in your hands, and we have something special for you tonight. We're excited to be providing audio with Japanese language commentary. That's an option for you if you toggle to home audio. As we get started, we are underway live on YouTube to a global audience, and that is Jonathan Diaz on the mound making his MLB debut. First pitch is fouled off by Josh Harrison, who's been on a roll lately. And there's a swing and a miss, top of the zone. So we are all learning, Tom, Jonathan Diaz together tonight in his first big league start.
And that includes the Oakland A's. They found out about 10 o'clock in the morning that Diaz was pitching and went into scramble mode to get some intel on the lefty.
Ooh, and that hit Harrison. He's going to shuffle his way to first base like only he can. A's have been hit by a pitch more this season than any other year in franchise history. So they're used to this.
As are most teams. It's the most dangerous time in baseball history to be a hitter. The HBP rate is at the greatest level.
Little toe tap there. If anything, that shows you I'm good, right? When you do the little high step over to first.
Yeah, well, he's playing shortstop because Elvis Andrus is not in the lineup after he got hit with a pitch in the ankle in Kansas City yesterday. Should be okay, just not in the starting lineup tonight.
Now it's Marte. First pitch fouled off. 3 A's were hit by a pitch in yesterday's win. So Diaz is 25 years old going up against Marte, who's been standout in the second half of the year. Misses low. Now, there was a slight chance this would be Shohei Ohtani. Alex Cobb returned from the IL yesterday and gave this team 5 shutout innings. I've actually just been told, a text, that he should be pitching on Sunday. My friend Roger Lodge, who does the pregame on Angels radio. Thank you, Raj. Marte connects, center field, gets under it. Brandon Marsh doesn't have to move. And he makes the grab. 1 down, and Matt Olson is coming up. Let's introduce you to the visiting starting 9 presented by Chime. So after Harrison and Marte, you have Olson with a dynamite season. Canna will follow an on-base machine. Then Pinder. Matt Chapman is back in the lineup for the first time this week. Jan Gomes, Chris Davis, and Tony Kemp to round out the starting 9.
So you're getting an early look here, 2 batters in, about kind of the Cliff Notes version on Diaz. He's around the plate. Perry Manassian signed him as a minor league free agent. He's emphasizing strike throwers. Those are the kind of pitchers that he wants. And Diaz has been that in his minor league career. Came up in the Red Sox organization. And Harrison and Marte very quick to pull the trigger rather than waiting to see what he's got. Swing mode right away.
Olson took a pitch, takes another. What do you do when you're prepping for a pitcher that you've never seen in a world that is dominated by video and advanced scouting reports?
You go to YouTube. That's what you do, Scott. Really, I mean,
that's what we did.
There's a lot of minor league video that's out there, and you can get even his AA starts. He only had 3 at AAA. And you get a sense of how he attacks hitters. Now, if you're Matt Olson, you see the way he attacks left-handed hitters. It looks to me like Diaz is more effective against lefties. He sets up on the first base side of the rubber, has a bit of a crossfire set up in his arm action.
Another miss to Olson, who has the 3rd best OPS in the American League this year. He's the best player on the team in 2021 for the full season. And he walks. 2 of the first 3 A's get a free pass.
So let's dive in here on Diaz. Hide and seek. I like the way he hides the ball. He keeps the front shoulder closed a long time. His arm stays behind him, so hitters don't see the ball until basically he gets to release point. +10 differential. That should be his miles per hour difference between the fastball and the changeup. He's got a really good changeup, right around 80 miles an hour, not a high velocity fastball. And first impressions, we're seeing it right here, right? Your first big league game starting against the A's. It's about not just controlling your emotions, Scott, because I think that gets a bad rap. It's using your emotions. You should be excited out there. Channel them in a positive direction. There's the changeup there at 80.
So now it's Canna, a career high 88 runs scored on the year. You can see on base 36% of the time. And there's a strike from Diaz. Oakland's at 79 and 67 on the year. Entering the day 3 games out of a wild card. Brett went over the schedule the rest of the way for the A's. When you look at this series, like I said earlier, you probably need to win, if not sweep, because the teams ahead of you not only have an advantage, but they're really good in Toronto, Boston, and New York. If you're going to play catch-up, you only have 2 weeks to go.
Yeah, if I would put a number on it, I'd say 91. You got to get to 91 wins for Oakland. That means a 12-4 finish, and even then, you're going to need some help because of those teams in front of you.
2-1 to Canna. It's 3-1. So you're saying 12-4. And if you're the A's, after these 3, you're home for 7. 4 against Seattle, good ball club playing for something. 3 against Houston, best team in the division. And then 3 more against the Mariners. 12-4 against that group, not easy.
That's why it's a cliche, but you really do have to just lock in on the game that's right in front of you. That should be easy to focus and not look ahead.
Our YouTube creators weighing in the live game commentary section. Austin Kleschka. End of the season looking like a lot of fun. True. wild cards specifically. That's where the party's at.
I want to see if he starts the runner here. I mean, it doesn't look like Diaz has swing and miss stuff. That would be the aggressive play.
Not moving. Ball 4. A little chat after 3 of the first 4 Oakland batters walk.
Yeah, good time out here. Again, it's about controlling the emotions. Okay to be excited, should be, but don't let it get away from you. And I think if you're Oakland right now, Scott, you realize now that you've seen some pitches from Diaz, he's not going to beat you with a fastball. So he's going to have to land those secondary pitches, the slider and changeup, and have Oakland honor those pitches.
He has the ability, pitch count wise, to give this team 5-6 innings. There's Joe Madden, 3rd season in charge of the Halos, 18th season as a manager. He told us this could have been a bullpen game, but this is a starter who, if things fare well, can give us a regular night. First pitch swing and a miss from Pinder, thinking big.
I like the approach because he's sitting on first pitch fastball, but Diaz did land that curveball there. And I think the backswing might have got a piece of Suzuki right there. But that'll make an impression for Diaz to be able to land that first pitch breaking ball with the bases loaded.
Harrison, Olsen, and Canna on board. Pinder has 2 strikes against him. Chad's 8 for his last 21. That's over a 7-game span. And he's a much better bat against southpaws. He's facing one now. Licking his chops, striking out. Diaz gets the chase.
You know, early on, he's coming up through the minor league system. The slider wasn't rated as heavily as I think it should. That's a classic 2-strike back foot slider where that just keeps working underneath the barrel of right-handed hitter's bat. Great location.
That was what stood out to me when I peeked over at your computer screen and said, what's this guy look like? The slider has serious bite to it.
Yeah, it works in the big leagues as well as Double-A, when you can land it right down there at the back foot.
And none of these hitters have seen it. Matt Chapman back in the lineup, first time since Saturday. He left that game after he fouled a ball off his left shin. Apparently that's happened quite a few times this season, and manager Bob Melvin said there were a couple spots making his foot kind of lock up. He wasn't moving well. So he missed Sunday all the way through Thursday. And now they have their man back at third base. Checked. And that's a strike. It's 1-1. Bases loaded, 1 out. Now there's 2. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, that's a swing. It's a great pitch location for Diaz because that can open up the inside of the plate with the slider. You know, he tried to go in with that, but because the pitch, Suzuki had to reach back over the plate, he didn't get the call. It's actually a good pitch, but you see he wants it down and in. So that he unintentionally backdoored it.
That swings the count in a big way. I know it's the opening frame, but pressure AB here for Chapman. Now 3-1. I mean, you have bases loaded, 1 out, fighting for a playoff spot, going up against a rookie who's walked 3 batters in the first. You need to convert.
Hit by pitch, 2 walks. Major league debut on the mound. In control of the count. Just have to sit on fastball here. Keep your strike zone discipline.
And there's a strike to load up the count.
Yeah, that's a good take, though. You sit fastball, so you're not going to chase that. That's a pitcher's pitch. But Scott, based on the way Diaz has landed that slider, I got to believe he's going back to it. If you're Chapman, you're just in two-strike mode.
Payoff with the runners moving. He got him. Drama packed top of the first from Jonathan Diaz making his MLB debut. A hit by pitch, a couple walks, strands the bases loaded unscathed. And we'll head to the bottom of the inning.
Packy Naughton's going to have to throw strikes. Packy got him to chase that time, and there are two away on Naughton's first strikeout of the night.
He threw a fastball in the pitch before, then he followed up with a changeup in.
Got him with a heater.
Tripled up on fastballs in. Whatever Matt Weiss said the right things.
Got him with a fastball. And Naughton indeed in and out of trouble, stranding a pair with a couple of strikeouts. And then some time in Oakland. Packy off the mound to field his position. Yeah! A called strike three taken by Kim. And he strikes out Snell. That's 5 for Packy tonight. Tatis sends it back up the middle. Fletch is right there behind the back.
And he will throw out Tatis, and the inning is over. So another clean inning for Packy Naughton, who's retired the last 7 batters in a row.
Packy Naughton has been great tonight. His night comes to a close after 5 innings, but what a start in just his second career as a big leaguer, Gooby.
A lot of traffic in the top of the first. No runs to show for it. And let's run through the Angels starting lineup presented by Chime. The rookie Brandon Marsh getting a second consecutive start in the leadoff spot. Then Fletcher second. The big man Shohei Ohtani now third in baseball with his 44 bombs. Phil Gosselin will bat fourth. Jared Walsh fifth. Kurt Suzuki catching tonight. Luis Rengifo at shortstop, the switch hitter. Jack Mayfield at the hot corner hitting eighth. And Juan Lagares in the 9 spot. Going up against the left-hander Cole Irvin. I'll sum it up this way. Strike thrower.
Yeah, we like that. He attacks. Speaking of traffic, it's really important for the Angels to get traffic in front of Ohtani. Otherwise, Irvin, as most pitchers have done in the second half of the season, just don't need to throw Ohtani strikes.
This is a man on the mound who is around the zone as much as anyone in baseball. Marsh swings right away, and that is the game plan that I've seen from opposing lineups against Cole Irvin, especially lately. You'll get early strikes, and teams are pouncing.
That's not a bad thing if you're a pitcher. You saw right there, you throw a first pitch changeup. Or if they're sitting fastball first pitch, take advantage of the aggressiveness and throw it a little bit off the plate. Use that against them.
Tonight's odds courtesy of FanDuel. Over under at 9 total runs in this game.
I like the over personally, to me. Yeah.
I think we're going to get some action. I mean, we already did in the first. Just nothing to
no
help
runs,
the over under.
But a lot of traffic. Well, the A's have been scoring runs this week. Their problem has been late in games holding teams down with the bullpen.
We'll keep an eye on that number. 2-1 to Marsh. That's a good spot. That's where Bob Melvin wants to see it. When I asked him, I said, can you throw too many strikes? He said, just move yourself just a little more off the plate. Work that edge.
Yeah, that's right. It depends where they are, right? Keep it out of the middle.
And there's a ground ball. Matt Olson is a great glove over at first. Irvin covering the bag in time for the first out. Marsh looks like he's limping a bit.
He might have got spiked over there. It's always tougher for a left-handed pitcher to get over there because the delivery takes him over to the third base side. So he's a step late getting there, just got Marsh, who runs really well. I think it looked like maybe just the way his foot hit the bag. But you're right about Matt Olson. You see still a little bit of a hitch in that step there.
And he goes right to the tunnel, so we'll see if Brandon Marsh comes back out in the second. Olson's a vacuum over there at first base. He's a Gold Glover. There's a strike to Fletcher. And the perfect guy to have on a night when Cole Irvin is pitching.
Ball should be on the ground a lot, no question about that. Not a high strikeout guy.
It's hard contact from Fletcher, foul. He's 5 for 9 lifetime against the A's lefty. 2 walks, 2 doubles. And a 3 for 44 funk, which we really didn't expect to see maybe at any point in his career because he's so consistent with his contact.
Well, it's a product of chasing too much, especially with 2 strikes. I mean, he can put the bat on the baseball just about anywhere it's thrown, in or out of the zone. But I think he gets too aggressive sometimes, especially with 2 strikes, just trying to put the ball in play. It is hard to make a living on pitches out of the zone. You can do it once in a while, but not consistently.
Makes contact, little chip shot right field. Classic David Fletcher. 1-out base runner for the Angels. That's what he does. Opposite field, finds a single.
And now there's the traffic. Instead of facing Ohtani, 2 outs, bases empty. Now Irvin has to be a little more aggressive. Certainly has to be careful. But it forces Irvin to challenge him a bit.
And Irvin is in Ohtani's book. He's homered off him 4 for 12 career and 44 home runs on the season, creeping closer to the 100 RBI mark as well. Takes the first pitch, and I know it's a lefty on lefty, but there's a lot of crime when it comes to Shohei Ohtani facing southpaws. He is unfazed.
Lefties don't bother him. The high fastball doesn't bother him. Actually a better high ball hitter than low ball hitter. Irvin uses his fastball up in the zone.
Fouls off the 1-0, and you can see top right portion of your screen, the shift tracks.
Here's what I'm talking about. StatCast powered by Google Cloud can break it down for us in terms of the height of pitches in the zone. Talking about fastballs. Ohtani, much better slugger. Of course, middle, everybody likes it middle, but much better on the ball up than the ball down. That's unusual in today's game.
Hard contact past second, and it's a base hit for Ohtani. Fletcher's going to move to third on the bobble by Pinder, and he's in there. They're on the corners. Ohtani's in business.
Yeah, Fletcher had stopped at second base and restarted, as you mentioned, Scott, on the bobble. That was a slider down, not a fastball. The slider down he handles well, and he squared this one up. Beats the shift with it. And keep an eye on Fletcher here. He's dropping anchor at second, and all of a sudden he reads it. Don't need a third base coach for that. That's a big 90 feet there to get to third base with less than 2 outs.
That brings us to Phil Gosselin. Gosselin, since the All-Star break, 244. He's actually hit number 3 in the order as much as almost anyone on this team. He's in the cleanup spot tonight. That's taken downstairs. Only Trout and Rendon appeared in the 3 spot more than him. Doesn't appear to be a comeback or enough time for Trout to make his way back to the team, and Rendon's been down for the year for a while now. There's Mike. So the Angels threatening in the first. Gosselin popped one up, and on the hands, Olson has it. We're going to have an inning where there's a runner on third, less than 2 outs for both sides, and zeros. It doesn't happen too often. Jared Walsh's turn. He's had big splits this year. Most of his damage against right-handed pitching. That just missed. It's the Angels all-star first baseman, 27 home runs on the year. The Albert Pujols replacement. You can see second half numbers have dipped off.
He's made some good adjustments this season, much quieter at the plate than he was before this year.
There's a strike. He had good examples to follow, superstars to watch in his own lineup, to see how simple they could make things with their swing. I mean, his swing was complicated before it changed.
And that was before he even got the bat going. He'd be pumping the bat, feet were moving.
And it's weakly to second and gobbled up and put away. Kemp to Olsen. That'll do it. Yes, runner on third, less than 2 outs. Both sides cannot capitalize. Scoreless through 1.
Four hits, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs, and 4 runs scored in this series. Oh. Left center field, deep, no way. Go! He's a machine.
He's Salvi strong and continues to do it.
Harrison at third and Ken at second, and Lowry aboard at first base.
Hinder, base hit left field. 1 run scores. Canna coming home. He's going to score. So the A's come through big time, take advantage of some very poor defensive play by the Royals, and now it's 4-2.
Here's Harrison.
This one driven right center. Oliveira's back, and it's over his head off the wall. Kemp is going to come in to score. Harrison has a 4-hit game. 2 more RBIs for Josh Harrison, and now it's 6-2.
For the 60th time this year, Sergio Romo comes out of the A's pen, 1-1 and a 4.45 ERA.
Olsen's got it. This should do it. He'll take it himself, and that will do it. So the A's needed to win this series, and they do. And now they will head to Anaheim, hopefully with a little momentum. They need a big, big weekend.
Seven, 8, and 9 coming up for the A's in this second. But first, Shohei Ohtani and Vladdy Jr. have been 2 of the big league's finest this season, except the guy on the left also pitches. But these are your supposed top 2 candidates for AL MVP. And some think, Tom, the discussion is heating up. Vladdy Jr. went deep again, so he's at now 46 home runs on the season. This was entering the day. Ohtani at 44. We're going to bring in our first poll question and keep it nice and simple. Sometimes you have 4 options. We're just going
just 2.
Shohei or Vladdy Jr. Who's your AL MVP?
Sorry, Matt Olson. Sorry, Marcus Semien. There's a lot of good candidates out there. But yeah, Salvi with 45 home runs. But yeah, those are your top 2.
And your choice is?
Well, I have to go with Ohtani, and I'll tell you why. I mean, it's so hard to compare him to anybody because of the dynamic of being a two-way player. You think about this. Take all the pitchers in baseball and all the pitches that they throw, and his splitter is the hardest pitch to hit in baseball. That's amazing in and of itself. At the same time, he's got 44 home runs, 23 stolen bases.
Roller left side's going to be a tough play at short. Long throw is not there. Did's caught by Walsh to prevent it from getting away. It was off the mark from Rengifo. Going to be a tough go to get Gomes on the infield knock. So a leadoff base runner for Oakland.
Almost had him. You see how deep he is in left field. This is a throw you're almost better off bouncing. It's actually the shorter route. He's trying to get a lot on it. I get it. But you see it sail on him a little bit. You're almost better having the long hop on such a long throw. And it does get there a bit quicker. It tends to be a little more accurate.
Gomes is on for Chris Davis. and that misses wide. But let's keep the Ohtani MVP discussion going.
44 homers and 23 stolen bases. There's only 4 guys in American League history who have done that. So we're looking at somebody who you can't compare to anybody else, with all due respect to Vlad. But I get it. The voters tend to be influenced, a little bit of a recency bias. At the end of the season, you got a team in a playoff hunt like Toronto. But I mean, we just talked about the importance of getting traffic in front of Ohtani. He just doesn't have a lot of help in the lineup. I mean, Marcus Semien has MVP numbers. Teoscar Hernandez up there in RBI leaders. That lineup, Bo Bichette, it's as deep as the Mariana Trench. So it's hard to compare the two. Ultimately, you have to as a voter. But we're looking at something we haven't seen in our lifetimes with Ohtani. That's why I would lean to Ohtani.
Yeah, you're saying it's unlike anything we're seeing, not just this year. We're saying in baseball's long historic mark in society, we just have not seen a player like this contribute on the mound and at the plate. It's 3-1 to Davis. It's not just that he's doing it. He's, what, a top 5 hitter, if not top 3, and maybe a top 10 pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. You can make a case for top 3 or top 5 in that category as well.
I mean, 44 home runs, and you're striking out 10 batters per 9 innings, and you lead your team in innings pitched. It's not like he's a part-time pitcher.
It's a strike to Davis. It's going to be a full boat. All right, so case closed. Are we good for now? I mean, we're going to let everyone decide.
It is
in
for
the
me,
poll.
but I will tell you this, Scott. It's a lot closer than it was a month ago, because pitchers have stopped pitching to Shohei, and Vlad just keeps getting hotter down the stretch.
There's Gomes after the leadoff infield hit, and that is ball 4 to Chris Davis.
Tried to go back to that 3-2 back foot slider. Just didn't land that one, and here he is in trouble again.
Third walk, also a hit by pitch. Number 9 hitter Tony Kemp. He's been one of the best in the 9 spot this season in baseball.
And he will make you throw a lot of pitches.
Pulls back on the bunt.
Did you say bunt, Scott?
I did.
Is that allowed by the Oakland A's
Tony
in the
Kemp
second inning?
You know, yesterday,
wow.
Tony Kemp tried a bunt hit, good old-fashioned bunt hit, slide into first, and he was out by.
But Scott, this is just a full-on sacrifice.
Yeah.
You don't see many of those this early in an American League game. Swinging right there. But not close.
Is that a tease just on the first pitch for us?
It might have been. I mean, Jared Walsh was playing in at first base, came in a little bit, maybe a step more for the second pitch. But right now, in the count in his favor, I'm letting Tony Kemp swing the bat. Talked about how he'll make you throw pitches. He controls the strike zone well, so I trust him to not expand with the count in his favor. We have a big inning in order right here. It's a little early in the game to give up an out. I'm trusting Tony Kemp, veteran player, controls the strike zone, to continue to have a good at bat right here.
And definitely green light after the walk and 2 misses. That would have missed.
Well, again, we've seen Diaz now a couple of times here in so-called fastball counts throw his secondary pitches, the changeup right there. And Kemp obviously sitting on fastball inner half. Didn't get it, fouled it off.
He's about 50% balls and strikes so far tonight, as he's about to make his 38th toss already. We're in the second. Gomes and Davis are on. 2-1 to Kemp. Make it 3-1.
As we said, he came into this game with a reputation in the minor leagues as being a better strike thrower than what we've seen so far.
That was actually the first pitch that landed in the zone of this at bat.
Yeah, and again, behind on the count through the changeup. Left on left changeup. These are the things the Oakland A's are kind of figuring out on the fly. He has shown more confidence in his secondary pitches when he needs to throw a strike than his fastball.
Missed. Another walk. Fourth base on balls for Oakland tonight, plus the hit by pitch and an infield single.
Yeah, they had this as a changeup. That's a little hard for a changeup. I actually think that was just a kind of a dead fish fastball that he threw at 87.
So could that be a sinker?
You know, you'll see this with Irvin too, the pitchers who add and subtract off their fastballs. That's where his fastball normally is, 89, 90. But Scott, ever since Harrison got hit by a pitch to start this game, Diaz has been pitching out of the stretch.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to get out of this one. He did it in the first, left the bases loaded, but nobody down. Harrison pops it up, and that's going to go behind the screen. I don't think he has a big league nickname yet, but if he escapes this one, he's the magician, right?
They used to say Houdini, but young players have no idea who the heck Harry Houdini was.
Again, that's what YouTube's for.
That's right. YouTube Harry Houdini.
Go for it. Harrison's coming off a big series against KC. And that's a ground ball through the infield, and he's off to a great start again. Josh Harrison with the RBI knock. It's 1-0 Oakland, and everybody moves up one station.
Stays red hot. Got a sinker here from Diaz. Watch his hips here. Josh is so good at turning on the baseball. Anything in or half, he opens up those hips so quickly. It's so hard to jam him, and certainly at 89, you're not going to get in his kitchen. Red hot.
Just the last 4 games for Josh, he has 8 runs batted in. It's Gomes scoring, Davis to third, Kemp on second, and Marte will follow Harrison. Still nobody out in the second.
So this is the 11th batter to come to plate for Oakland. That's the 3rd mound visit. Suzuki went out there once. Pitching coach went out twice. You only get 5.
Maybe we should do the over-under there. What happens after 5? I think you get tossed from the game if you try it.
That is the rule, but
yeah.
I think the umpire will literally tackle you before you get to the mound, so it doesn't happen.
Here's Starling. First pitch whiff. There's been some swing and miss from Diaz. Just not consistently around the zone, putting himself in some tough spots. Marte flew out to center first time around.
Yeah, the swings and misses have all been on the slider and the changeup. As I mentioned, he just doesn't have a fastball that hitters have to really guard against. It's not going to beat you with the fastball.
Now this looks like it could turn into a bullpen game for the Angels tonight. There's already action going on in the pen.
Well, one thing you worry about with young pitchers is their pitches in a particular inning. You mentioned he's thrown over 90 pitches last 2 starts in the minor leagues, but you don't want him getting more than 30.
Marte to center. Marsh coming in. He has it. And everyone's going to hold up.
That's a good hold right there with nobody out. You get a good look at Marsh being able to, ball's in front of him, get behind the ball so he's got something on it. But that decision is made, you see there, before the ball's even thrown. Outfielder coming in like that, nobody out. That's a red light. Maybe with 1 out, you try it.
Wise decision by Chris Davis. Now Olsen with the bags full of A's. That throw coming in from Brandon Marsh was clocked at 90 miles an hour, and Joe Madden told us before the game, Gold Glove potential out there, and he was like, I'm not just saying it because it's one of my guys. He meant it.
Has Diaz hit 90?
That's a good point.
Brandon Marsh has. Well, once again, he's pitched the entire game so far with traffic around him. He's done an excellent job to keep it at 1 right here. He's looking for a ground ball. Olsen doesn't hit too many of those.
Big cut and a miss. The Angels' first baseman can hit 90 plus. Jared Walsh did a little bit of 2-way action. There's the arsenal for Diaz.
Yeah, just 13 fastballs so far out of these 49 pitches.
Olsen connects, deep center. Marsh tracking back, giving it a look at the track, and he's got it. And this time, it is good enough to score a run. In comes Davis. Also tagging up is Kemp. Make it 2-0 Oakland on the sac fly from Matt Olsen, who continues to add to his 100-plus first season that he's hit triple digits in runs batted in.
I think Diaz will take that, Scott, based on where that curveball was. Olsen hit it to the deepest part of the field. And that is all for young Jonathan Diaz.
Kyle Tyler is going to take over. 2 runs across from Oakland here in the second. Diaz removed, and it is a bullpen game for Joe Madden and the Angels, trying to get 1 more out, with the A's putting on the pressure in the second.
It tells the family that they're not alone. It tells them that there are people in your own community, even the professional baseball team, that cares about you.
It's great to see the whole organization out here with City Team. Just to be able to give back to the community that gives us so much throughout the year is great for the organization.
When the players walk in, everybody's eyes sort of brighten, and it's just really cool and really special to see everybody involved, whether it's the players or the front office.
That some of the folks that we get a chance to idolize on the field actually are thinking about us just like we're thinking about them.
I love what the Oakland A's are doing because they're surrounding these families with love and care. For some of these kids, they made their year.
In the end, for us to put our arms around the A's fan base and say, you know what, we love you, we want you to be a part of just not coming to games, but being a part of the team and what we're trying to do here in Oakland, the entire East Bay, and the entire Bay Area.
What's up, man? That was a nice experience. It was really cool.
Okay, so let's run through this. If you're watching the Game of the Week live on YouTube, you have your choice of listening experience. You click the gear icon in your player. We're going to run through it for you, okay? Choose audio tracks. You have primary broadcast, Tom and myself, along with Brett. Home and away radio calls. Tonight's special edition. If you select the home option, you will receive the Japanese language commentary that is put on by two excellent broadcasters who we might hear a call or two from at some point in the game. Shinpei Ishiguro and Aki Inose, courtesy of SpoZone. Hello to our friends, and all audio is seamlessly integrated on your favorite devices. Don't miss a minute of the action. Special feature for you tonight right here on YouTube. And hello to everyone watching overseas, in Japan and across the globe. Shohei Ohtani and the Angels down 2-0. Kyle Tyler is summoned from the bullpen, takes over for Diaz, and misses up to Mark Canha in the cleanup spot with 2 on for Oakland and 2 in the second.
Yeah, and I like the move, Scott. As you mentioned, the Angels were hoping to get some length out of Diaz, but when you're out of the stretch that much and you're throwing that many pitches in an inning, you know, you just don't want to extend a young pitcher like that. You'd be asking him a lot to try to get Canha in this situation. So he wasn't going to give you length at this point in the game anyway. So I always say rule number 1 as a manager, never let a game get out of hand. And that's what Joe Maddon's trying to do right here.
We'll switch it up with a right-hander. Tyler, 24 years old, and he hit Canha. That happens a lot for the A's cleanup man.
Well, I will say this. Yes, he leads the league. 24 times he's hit by a pitch. Previous 23, 16 of them were on that elbow guard. Now that one he really couldn't get out of the way. That's just tracking. That's a two-seamer that's tracking in. But chalk that up to number 17 on the elbow guard. I have an issue with that. With a lot of breaking balls and balls where you can get out of the way, hitters don't move because they're wearing a piece of armor. To me, that should not be a hit by pitch when you get hit on a protective piece of gear. It should just be a ball.
Now Chad Pinder.
And let me be clear, I'm not blaming Canha because we just talked about it. Hitters get hit more than ever before in the game's history. You need protection up there, right? What I'm saying is baseball should really make an issue that hitters should still be able to try to get out of the way of pitches. And armor emboldens them to just stay in there and get hit.
You get paid to get on base.
It's part of his game, absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not blaming him. The way the game is now, to me, if I were a pitcher, I wouldn't like it at all. You know, sometimes you throw a breaking ball, it just slips. The guy's not going to move wearing armor.
Yeah, I used to say that's 24 bruises, but it's not always the case now. Tyler's having some trouble finding the zone. This is his 4th appearance of the year. We saw him on Tuesday in Chicago, matching up against the White Sox. Gave the Angels 3 scoreless, no strikeouts, a hit and a walk. There it is down the pipe. A 20th round pick out of the University of Oklahoma back in 2018.
His go-to pitch is that cutter you saw right there. Cutters work away from right-handed hitters. The two-seamer will work in towards them. It's pretty much the bulk of what he's going to throw.
From 3-0 to 3-2.
Well, Scott, this is another pitch where the A's can break this game open early.
Yeah, they're loaded up for Pinder, who struck out in the first. This time, puts it in the air. Lagares has the 3rd out. Definitely could have been uglier for the Angels pitching. 2 runs in for Oakland. They strand the bases loaded yet again, mid-2.
Rengifo, who's been picking up his hitting a little bit. He's had hits in 6 of his last 7 games.
Oh, Rengifo with a big swing and a 2-run dinger.
Luis Rengifo giving the Halos an early 2-0 lead.
And the Angels now have the bases loaded, and Jack Mayfield will be the next batter.
Mayfield sends the ball into the corner. That's a fair ball. Stassi scores easily. Walsh will come in right behind him. They're going to try it with Rengifo. No play at the plate. A bases clearing double, and now Mayfield's on his way to third as the ball got away from Collins. Wow.
One last ride for Ohtani here in front of the Chicago fans this year.
Yeah. Hey, dude. I mean, those are 3 brutal misses. They might run him. What's the deal here? Chris Conroy's coming. That might be it. They might run him here.
Remember, a number of the White Sox.
He got
And Tony will want an explanation for sure. He's starting to get a little more animated.
And away he goes. Tony La Russa ejected. I think Tony's asking where's the warning. The chant is Tony.
Well, you got a sneak peek in the first inning at the pitch arsenal of Cole Irvin. StatCast powered by Google Cloud will give us a detailed look at it. You see that four-seam fastball at 41%. Everything works off that four-seam fastball, generally up in the zone. Occasional curveball he'll drop into right-handed hitters, but the slider the go-to pitch. There's our chime breakdown on Cole Irvin. It's a home game for him. Oh, wait a second, doesn't he pitch for Oakland? Yeah. He grew up 10 miles away from here. He was on the grounds crew at Angel Stadium. Are you kidding me? Not since Bartolo. You have to go back to Bartolo Colon to find someone with a qualified number of innings for the Oakland A's who had such a low walk rate. As you mentioned, Scott, he's a strike thrower and 98.2 efficiency. I mean, I'm not a math major, but that's usually good in anything, right? Especially in math.
Suzuki clocks one deep left field. It's on its way, and it is gone. The Angels are on the board. A solo shot for Kurt Suzuki to light it up.
So my efficiency note, Scott, was about his fastball. And Kurt Suzuki said, I don't believe in that kind of math. Now the number is, he doesn't, as you can see, doesn't throw hard, but because he has true backspin, true north-south on his four-seam fastball, that's how efficient the spin is, but it works better higher in the zone. Suzuki squared this one up. When Cole Irvin is right, gets that pitch up, he'll get pop-ups and swings and misses.
A+ swing. His 5th home run of the season, first in exactly a month.
That ball was hammered. Yeah, exit velocity 102.1.
And that's pulled to short, and it eats up Harrison. Rengifo is on.
Yeah, playing defense, Scott, we always look at the hands, but it's really the footwork. And Harrison played himself into a bad hop. Got a little bit back on his heels, was unsure whether to get the shorter hop, and you see him go back, and they played himself into a worse hop. That, to me, is the difference. You see that step there? He should have continued to go in. He knew it right there. When I think about great defenders, I think of great footwork. And I think Cal Ripken is the perfect example of a guy you wouldn't say was spectacular, but he knew when and where to get the hop.
Well, Harrison had been playing third for most of the week as Chapman was out. Now moves to short with Andrews missing the day.
Well, he's a good defender no matter where you put him. That's an anomaly right there, that play. You trust him at any infield position.
1-0 to Jack Mayfield. It's 2-0. Oh, and that spot was held down by Marcus Semien for years. And he is on fire with Toronto and about to enter another free agent year where teams will be calling probably more so than they were a year ago.
At either position, right?
Yes.
Second base or shortstop.
Simeon's birthday today, too. The A's took 2 out of 3 from Kansas City entering today. Harrison was their best player in that set. This one's on the ground through the vacated right side. Jack Mayfield has a base hit, and here goes Rengifo to third easily. Second inning in a row. Angels have them on the corners.
Yeah, one thing the Angels do really well, I think, is run the bases. You saw that in that series in Chicago. A lot of infield hits, beating plays at first base by getting down the line. And right here, the changeup, Mayfield just punches the other way. Once again, the runner Rengifo doesn't need a third base coach. He knows as slowly as that ball is hit, that's his call. I'm gone. One quick look, gets there easily.
Nobody down in the second. And a chance for Lagares. He's just 1 for 9 against Irving.
Scott, that's one of the things I pay attention to. Runners, how often do they use the third base coach? Now, if the ball's really behind you all the way in the right field corner, you might need him. But the better base runners, the instinctual runners, really don't need the third base coach on those hits.
Bunt, it's down, Irvin bobbles it, and here comes Rengifo. Small ball city, we're tied at 2. Nowadays, that'll shock everyone, and that creates a fumble.
Yeah, got the pitcher off the mound. Irvin tried to hurry. Good read at third base by Rengifo. This is just perfectly executed. You saw the false start from Mayfield at first base. That's designed to hold the first baseman, Matt Olson, at the bag to keep him from charging. That was just a perfectly executed play by the batter and both base runners.
And we're back to the top of the order in Brandon Marsh. Another bunt. Chapman got him. Both runners move up. Back to back. I'll whisper. Bunts.
Is it legal? It's fun, isn't it? I mean, I love this play. Derek Jeter was the best I ever saw at this. In this situation, you got the big boys coming up behind you. Move the runners up, but you're not giving yourself up totally. You're Marsh, you've got good speed. There's a chance you can beat that out. So you're bunting half for a hit, half to move them up. Jeter was great at that, got a lot of hits that way. And the worst thing that happened, you just saw, move the runners up.
And sets things up nicely for Fletcher with Ohtani on deck. Fletcher, first pitch swinging, open space, left center field, and the Angels will grab the lead. Mayfield and Lagares come on down. It's 4-2. David Fletcher drives in 2 with the base hit.
Small ball rules. You gotta love it. Execution on the highest order. Fletcher, who's a terrific high ball hitter, he wants something up in the zone anyway. With the runner on third and less than 2 outs, he's not waiting around. Lagares had a good read on this ball from second base. Scored easily. Lagares will take one look, see it right there, it's in. He'll score easily.
Old school baseball fans are going nuts right now. 2 sack bunts.
Now, Ohtani is a great bunter, by the way.
Is it really?
He can do everything. But he's not bunting here. We will not see a third straight bunt.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. One out, Fletcher on. And just missed.
So since July, Scott, Ohtani has seen 57% of the pitches that he's seen have been out of the strike zone. That's the highest percentage in baseball.
Similar spot from Irvin, goes off speed.
So his challenge is to accept walks. This guy is such an aggressive hitter. He can square up pitches that are outside of the zone or a little bit on the black, so to speak, like the last one. But he's gotten a little too aggressive outside of the zone in these last 2 months, understandably.
I think of Bryce Harper several years back, where he was a force, and eventually everyone said, you know what? Let's deal with everyone else. That was led by Joe Madden and the Chicago Cubs. There was a classic series where they gave him nothing.
And it got in his head.
Yeah.
It's a different hitter now. Bryce Harper actually is second in the most pitches out of the zone, but he does take his walks.
Lays off that one up. He's going to have all of his friends back next year and see more pitches, hopefully, in the zone. Trout, Rendon, Upton. Reached for one. 2 down. It's Matt Chapman all alone on the left side. So when you say chasing outside of the zone, it doesn't always mean strikeout. It means it's not optimal contact.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that's a tough pitch. I mean, that's a good pitch by Irvin, just a little bit outside of the zone. You're in protect mode. But there's an old saying, Scott, when you're walking, you're hitting. It's like, how does that make sense? Well, it means you're not swinging at balls out of the zone. That's a sign of a good hitter. But without a lot of protection in this lineup, Ohtani is trying to put up the same numbers he had in the first half of the season, slugging almost 700 through the first 3 months. It was hard, if not impossible, to maintain that. And I think right now he's chasing numbers a little bit.
Phil Gosselin on one hop to Harrison, goes the short way. That's going to do it. But the Angels put up 4. Kurt Suzuki with a big blast. Eventually David Fletcher knocks in 2. Oh, and there was some small ball as well, but Kurt got the scoring started. Leading off the second with one of these. Angels 4, A's 2. An action-packed first 2 innings in Anaheim.
So deep to left field. Vaughn is back, and that baby's gone.
4th home run for Chapman against Dallas Keuchel in his career in the A's. He won nothing. That one is hit to left field, and it's hit well. Martin's going back, shading his eyes at the wall. He leaps, and that baby's gone. Yan Gomes gets the A's on the board. It's 4-1.
And here it is to Matt, and he lines one down the right field line for a base hit. That'll score Murphy. Elvis around third. He's going to score. And Marte streaking to third. They're going to wave him. Comes all the way around. He scores without a throw. On a double down the right field line by Matt Olson. And the A's have broken it open.
Deep to left field. And that baby is gone. So a booming home run for Marte here in the bottom of the first inning. Driven to right field. Garcia's going back, still going back. He's near the wall. He turns around, and that baby is gone.
33 for Matt Olson. Gives him 96 RBIs.
And a milestone.
500th hit.
Well, that's the way to do it.
It's the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Chime. Scott Braun, Tom Verducci, and Brett Dolan in gorgeous Anaheim, California. Perfect weather every night. All right, let's finish this. Ooh. It was not close. Your AL MVP, according to everyone watching on YouTube, is still Shohei Ohtani.
It's about where I thought it would fall. How about you?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I thought it might even be 90-10. And we know who's watching. Angels fans chiming in. Matt Chapman leading off the inning. Cutting a miss. It's 1-1. Another inning of work from Kyle Tyler. But we have heard in the past week or so a little more chatter, I think, at least from some people I follow in the baseball world, that this is more of a race than you think. Chapman in the air, left field, and he finds a hit. Some words from our YouTube creator friends. Sports Storm, Ohtani's doing something that may never happen again. Vlad will win one in the future. Well said.
Yeah, but Ohtani might do it next year, too.
That's true.
But no one else will do it.
Shohei's got time left.
Oh, yeah.
27 years old. This is the first season where Ohtani really put it all together as a pitcher and a hitter. And Yan Gomes watches one in the dirt. Chapman with the leadoff hit. A's down by 2. Well, the Angels YouTube channel said the poll results are satisfactory to us. If you've been watching this team on a daily basis, you know it's one of those players where every time he is on the mound or at the plate, you're glued to the screen. You put out a fantastic article in Sports Illustrated. I liked the body comp. You can try and do player comps, but who his body resembles as an athlete. I'll give you that one after this pitch to Gomes. And it is smoked. Oof, foul.
Just foul.
Just missed. Who does he look like?
Well, in terms of the way his body moves, let's see how far this ball was foul. Oh, less than a foot. How about Michael Phelps? You think about the broad shoulders, thin waist, long levers, right? And hypermobile. That's what Ohtani is. Incredibly flexible. I mean, he can do things with his shoulder blades and arms that it looks like it would really hurt for a normal person to do. But he was a competitive swimmer growing up, and he's got some of that DNA in him that you would expect from a swimmer like Michael Phelps. And I think his ability to be so flexible on the mound, you've seen some of his slides. A nice pitch there by Tyler to get strike 3. Some of his slides on the field this year have been Matrix-like, right? He can do so many things. But one thing I want to point out to fans, when you watch Ohtani, you won't see him on the mound, obviously, the next couple of days, maybe not again in what's left in the season. But when he finishes throwing a pitch, his right hand will continue so far across his body, he will actually hit himself in the left oblique towards his back. That's called deceleration. So pitchers with really good deceleration, like a Mariano Rivera, that's really kind of the way your body moves is natural. It's hard to teach. But it's the equivalent. It's like your brake system as a pitcher. Guys who don't have such long deceleration are jamming their brakes. They're putting a ton of energy and force on their shoulder. Ohtani's got this beautiful fluid motion. Besides being really good, he's very efficient.
So if you're a little leaguer, don't just watch Shohei Ohtani at the plate. Watch the mechanics on the mound.
That's exactly what the pitching coach Matt Wise told me. He's got a 13-year-old son. He said, copy those mechanics. And the word he used was not efficient. He said beautiful. Ooh. His mechanics are beautiful. He throws pretty. I like that line. I used to say that about Dwight Gooden. He threw the ball pretty. The way Gooden's body moved through space reminded me of those cliff divers in Acapulco. You know, it was almost a ballet, the way he uncoiled and delivered with ease. Ohtani's got that same kind of fluidity.
I'll give you another word, sweet. When you say sweet swing, sweet delivery. And he does it with a smile. That's up the middle. Chapman going to third. No throw. And the A's will put them on first and third. Chris Davis with the base hit. He's on base for the second time tonight.
So, you know, Ohtani is on the cover of Sports Illustrated this week, as we see. That's more great base running here. No hesitation by Chapman right there, putting pressure on Marsh in center field. It's there easily. So Ohtani's on the cover, and he's on the cover twice. That's hard to do. How do you actually do that? 2 different covers, same player, 2 different disciplines, right? Like you're putting together a cover for Ohtani. Do you choose Ohtani as a pitcher or Ohtani as a hitter?
I can't decide.
Exactly. So you do both.
That hit Tony Kemp.
I guess somehow it didn't.
Did it not?
Well, somehow they missed him. Hit the ground. Hit Suzuki. But it didn't hit Kemp.
Fooled me. It's fouled off.
There you go. So choose your cover. You want Shohei the hitter? You got him. Or you want Shohei as the pitcher? You got that too. Just buy them both.
Well, it's a collector's item. Anything Shohei Ohtani related is the hottest item in baseball these days. Well, that's why, if you're an editor, you can't decide.
No.
Let's do 2 covers.
You know, it is hard to decide which discipline he's good at, but I think he's good at both because he does both. And Scott, by that I mean a lot of people say, well, just imagine if he just devoted himself to pitching. He'd be Jacob deGrom. This is what he came here to the States to do. This is his passion. And the line I used in my story is, would you tell Dylan or Springsteen to choose either songwriting or singing? No, that's what they do. That's part of their joy. And for Ohtani, he's so good because he enjoys doing both.
There's a strike to Kemp. It'll be a full count.
You got the benefit of the call right here. Suzuki, that's a nice job of bringing it back into the zone.
Kemp walked in the second. He was left at third. Davis and Chapman are on. A's down 2. Payoff. That is ball 4. Let's keep it up with Shohei. Brett, what do you have?
Well, Tom, you mentioned Time Magazine had Shohei on the 100 most influential people of 2021. Now, he was in the icons category, which includes Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, so I'm not sure what he has in common with them, but he's the second baseball player to ever be selected on that list. Chin-Ming Wong of the Yankees was on there back in 2007. So if you collect Ohtani Magazine covers or articles, I guess you have to set aside a few extra dollars this month.
Well said.
I do collect, or I did. So I'm going to have to grab some copies.
And one of how many? 6 athletes? That's it?
That's
There's
it.
6 athletes on that list.
100.
That was another mound visit, by the way. And I believe this is, what, at bat number 6 with the bases loaded for the Oakland A's? And we're only in the 3rd inning.
They've done it in each frame. The first and the second ended with the bases loaded for Oakland. Now in the 3rd, Josh Harrison. There's your count.
Down to one remaining.
Left.
This is so exciting.
I don't know if I've seen a game. Obviously, you can't watch every game in a sport that's got 15 a night, but I don't know if I've seen a game with 1 left in the 3rd inning.
No.
Harrison connects. It's in the air. And Lagares is going to make the catch. Chapman on the run, and he is in there. Oh, and a bad throw over from the mound will enable the A's to stay alive. Chris Davis was caught between second and third, but Tyler couldn't throw him out. Now that's Walsh coming over from first. A's get a run, make it 4-3.
Yeah, Davis is moving up to influence, and he does, the cutoff. He wants Walsh to cut off this ball. I thought the run would have scored anyway. But watch Walsh here. He just didn't have a grip on it. Definitely had Davis in his sights, had the out in order at third base, but lost the grip on the transfer.
It's a sloppy start. The A's have 3 errors. That's a strike to Starling Marte. That ties the season high for Oakland. And they entered the game with the second fewest errors in baseball. That's not an error on the Angels, but that's a misplay. And it keeps the inning alive for Marte, and it's a ball and a strike.
Yeah, that's the key, Scott, is that, yeah, it's not an error, but you force your pitcher now to continue to execute pitches with runners in scoring position when you should be back in the dugout.
For years, Starling Marte has been one of the most aggressive hitters in baseball. He's still aggressive, but he's taking some walks.
Selectively aggressive, as they say.
Chop shot to third for Mayfield. Throws across. Speedy Starling Marte is a done deal, and so are the A's, but they grab a run in the third. Sac fly from Josh Harrison. It's 4-3 mid-3.
Swings and lines a base hit out of the reach of Cronenworth. That's going to score 1. That's going to score 2. And Joe Adell breaks the no-hitter, and the Angels have a 2-0 lead.
Rengifo on top of Petco Porch. Solo shot. 3-0 Halos.
Halo fans loving this at Petco Park. Luis Rengifo.
Dell to right field and well hit, and that one's gonna go. A pair of 2-run homers in the 7th and the 8th, and hasn't this gotten interesting?
2-0 to Rengifo. Swings at that one, and he hits it well. And out of here, home run for Rengifo. That is number 4 on the season. You're going to want that baseball.
Ooh, that was a quick throw back. Rengifo bomb. Hit that one out quickly.
And here is Ohtani now. 3-2 fastball, line to right, and deep, and gone! Like a bullet! 44 in the blink of an eye.
Third home run for Shohei Ohtani as a starting pitcher.
Just a reminder for our YouTube viewers, by clicking the gear icon in your player, you choose audio tracks. You have the option to listen to the road radio call or the Japanese language commentary courtesy of Spozo. That's available for you right now. And we're doing that for the first time tonight, giving you Japanese language commentary. Wow, look at the Angels go in the second. 8 batters, 3 hits. Hold on. Fix my glasses. 2 sack bunts and 2 A's errors.
A little bit of everything.
Now Jared Walsh, Kurt Suzuki, and Luis Rengifo due up here in the third.
That's the fastball I'm talking about, Scott, when I talked about spin efficiency, because it doesn't spin fast. It's very low spin. And you saw the velo there at 89, right? That's well below the major league average. It's about 93 for an average four-seamer. But yet he has a way of throwing it, so it's got pure backspin. They'll call that active spin. So if you throw a four-seam fastball, you want your hand directly behind the baseball and just spin it from the North Pole to the South Pole without wobble. That's another one right there. He beat Walsh on. It'll make the stands.
Out of play. So
his is at 98.7% spin efficiency. Here's the lowest, right? Four-seamers generally, you want it to fight gravity. You want that sucker to spin as fast as you can so it doesn't sink, stays above the hitter's barrel. He doesn't have that. But it's true backspin. So it holds its plane well, and it works much better high in the zone than low. Tried to do it right there and missed.
Leadoff walk for Walsh.
So Tyler Mahle of the Reds actually has the most efficient four-seam fastball. 99.7% spin efficiency. Wow. Doesn't guarantee you get people out. Kurt Suzuki proved that his last time up. Took one of those north-south fastballs and hit it out west.
Hammered it to left. His 5th of the year. And this time he's working with a runner on. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Go long. Kurt Suzuki, 389 feet. Some good lift to it. High fives all around. That was the spark to start the second. He's up again here in the third. And that one is on a hop to Harrison. They get the out at second. Super easy on the 6-4-3 double play. There was a chance for a moment it was going to go into Harrison's glove on the fly, but you don't want that.
No.
Nice short hop.
Especially with the catcher running. Just an easy short hop pick. And the leadoff runner erased. The leadoff runner has been on in 5 of the 6 turns at bat for these two teams so far.
Chime defensive alignment for Oakland. 3 Gold Glovers. They're on the corners and in center. Rengifo takes a strike on the outside corner. This is a strong team on defense. Cole Irvin picking up the pace a little bit right now. I like it. It's a machine.
I'm sure the infielders appreciate it too. Now listen, we talked about this, a lot of traffic tonight, and that will slow a pitcher down, and rightfully so. But this is the best groove we've seen him in so far early in this game.
He pitches at a decent pace in general, but he's picked it up. And every inning has had a slower pace to it to start today. Of course, there's been a lot of traffic. 7 runs already, and that over-under's looking pretty clear at 9. Very weak. Matt Chapman charging, barehanded on a hop. Oh, he got him. The Mats showing off. Olsen with the pick. Side retired.
That is an amazing play. And yes, he is out. That is so difficult. Matt Chapman pulled it off. This ball's still moving fast when he barehands it cleanly. And his buddy's got him covered on the other side with the pick. Beautiful.
it.
Forget about it.
My goodness. Great baseball right there.
And that one's going to go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is going to do it. Oh, my.
Strike 3.
That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
Three, 4, 5 coming through for Oakland in the fourth. Oh, I love this question. How big of a contract would you offer Ohtani if he was a free agent right after this season? 3 options. Under 300 mil, 3 to 400. My personal fave. Blank check. First pitch up high to Matt Olson. I love it. I mean, Ohtani is a fascinating story because if he waited to come to Major League Baseball until after the 2019 season, he could have received an open market of dollars.
His true value as
Yes.
an international free agent. But there was a cap on what he could be paid. And the beauty of Ohtani is he didn't care. This was his dream to come over here and play. Not to maximize his monetary leverage. Got to respect that.
He loves the game. Two and 1 to Olson.
So you're going blank check.
Well, yeah, and I think blank check's fun. It means 400 plus. And if he was a free agent right now,
that is his value. It's over 400
it
million.
is.
No doubt.
Best player in the sport, face of the sport at the moment. I mean,
just work off contracts signed in the last year by Tatis Jr., Francisco Lindor,
Trout a couple of years ago.
I think he's got more value because of what he does, both pitching and hitting, and he's the biggest draw in the game as well.
Olson in the air as usual. That's Marsh. 1 away. So let's stack it up. Maybe before you make your decision, if you didn't click or press yet.
All right, let's do our homework first.
Bryce Harper, 13,330. Tatis, smash, 14,340. Lindor, 10,341. Betts, 365 for 12. And the great Mike Trout, 426.5 over 12. And I think Ohtani would smash all of those. So what's the number? $500 million? Now, he's not a free agent after this season.
No.
So, Angels fans, deep breath. This is just for fun.
A couple of years, though, that day is coming.
Yes. Strike on the corner to Canna.
That's why I think you'll see the Angels reinvest in this team, Scott. There's no rebuilding when you have Ohtani and Trout on your team. It's always win now.
Both in their prime.
So I think they're going to be a major player on the free agent market this winter.
They did that a couple years ago. Anthony Rendon, big money signing. Rendon's been missing for most of the season. Ohtani's kind of lonely in the lineup right now. But help is on the way next year when the superstars get healthy. He actually needs help in his rotation. Left side, Rengifo. Two gone for Pinder. Let's go down to Brett.
Hey guys, Shohei's hometown in Japan is Oshu City. It's a population of 100,000. Now, they have a cheer squad there, but also on the 17th of every month, like today, is Ohtani Day. So that's the city council. They all wear their Angels gear even when they go vote. How about a rice field with his likeness? Because why not? There was even a replica hand that they have there in town. Now, a lot of the games happen in the morning when people are working. At City Hall, they have a monitor set up for the townspeople to sneak a peek. And Scott, you like to say we have a worldwide audience. That is so very true tonight or tomorrow if you're in Oshu City.
That's awesome. Happy September 17th.
I love that, Brett. That great report there. There's the rice field. And he mentioned that there's the hand, the golden hand. Obviously, it's a facsimile of Ohtani's hand. You can go in there in the museum at City Hall and shake Ohtani's hand.
Pinder to center. Marsh backing up. It's 3 up, 3 down in the 4th.
It reminds me of Lincoln, Nebraska on a football Saturday. Everybody's wearing red. That's what they're doing back home for Shohei.
Ohtani takes over the town. And good morning to everyone watching in Japan. It's a 4-3 ball game.
I definitely like to talk.
Jared Walsh is a storyteller, a trait he no doubt got from his father.
Yeah, so my dad was a car salesman. So, you know, he had that kind of personality, really engaged with people a lot.
Walsh's father, Harry, passed away in 2013, but not before passing on his love for being a goofball. Walsh is the life of the party, in part because he wasn't sure he'd ever be invited. He was a 39th round draft pick who made it to the majors as a two-way player and has a big league ERA of 1.80.
Yeah, but I have like 9 walks per 9, so I think that was probably going to come back to reality at some point.
For Walsh, baseball was always the dream, and though he may have had doubts, he's not sure his dad ever did.
Not in an arrogant way, but he probably would have said, yeah, I knew it all along. You know, he was more confident in me, I think, than I was.
We're in the home 4th. Angels up a run. Mayfield, Lagares, and Marsh due up for the Halos. 72 wins, 74 losses on the season. They actually just took the last 2 in a series against the White Sox, the best team in the American League Central. And now they're trying to play spoiler against an Oakland A's team that's in a fight for a wild card. The A's entering the night 3 games back of a wild card seat. We start with Jack Mayfield. It's in tight. Mayfield with a base hit in the 2nd. He eventually scored. More from Cole Irvin, only had 51 pitches. And the A's would love some length. The bullpen has been used quite a bit lately. We're also coming off a shortened season, and there are some pitchers wearing down. Pulled left side foul.
But as we said, he's home right here, Angel Stadium. Can you imagine in high school, he was working on the grounds crew for the Angels. Breaking the field between innings. 2 summers he did that job. And now here he is pitching in Angel Stadium, 10 miles from where he grew up.
When he was working, his seat was behind center field, back of the wall there. The beautiful backdrop too, and he would do his homework until it was time for him to work the field every few innings. Studious Cole Irvin, and that is lifted to left. Who's got it? Nobody. Jack Mayfield with a leadoff double that was in the air forever.
Yeah, but they had him covered as if he were a left-handed pull hitter. There's Canada. He had a long run playing shaded towards left center field. You're right, Scott. This ball was in the air a long time. You see where the defense is there, playing him like a left-handed hitter. Just as long as that ball was up there, just not enough time for Canada to cover all that ground.
We just counted 6 seconds in the air.
That's a good NFL punt. That's really good hang time.
There are not many spots that you can find on a big league field where the baseball is in the air for 6 seconds and it turns into a hit. Usually that means it's maybe over the wall.
I'm told that's a 3% hit probability. Wow. A ball in the air for 6 seconds.
Chance for Juan Lagares to capitalize. It's 0-2. All right, I'm counting. Yeah, that's 6. Lagares is rung up.
He can't believe it. I don't blame him. That's a head shaker.
The first punch out of the night for Cole Irvin.
We haven't seen many fastballs in from Irvin to right-handed hitters. That was one. Give credit to Yan Gomes, who says the way you catch the ball doesn't matter. It sure does.
Framing 101. Top of the lineup, it's Marsh.
I always thought the key to framing, Scott, is moving the hand as you're catching the ball into the zone. And not a lot. You see a lot of catchers who will catch and then pull the ball in. That's not subtle enough. It is a subtle art, soft hands. Job number one, make sure the strikes are kept strikes. Job number two, try to steal a few. Yan Gomes stole that one.
Yeah, when you're learning the tools of ignorance, the catching position, you don't expect to hear the word art, but that's what you need behind the plate.
I'd like to meet the guy, by the way, who came up with that phrase, tools of ignorance. One of the smartest guys on the field, especially in today's game. I mean, what we ask out of catchers to break down all the hitters on the other team, call the game back there, work the umpires. That's an art in and of itself. And oh, by the way, take care of your offensive game.
Hey, if you're feeling athletic, you're in great shape, try squatting and watching this entire game. Then get up, tell me how your knees feel. Now do that 100 times a year. Marsh to left, Canna lines it up. 2 down in the 4th. That's why what Salvador Perez is doing this season is incredible. Getting better as the season goes on. Many catchers wear down offensively over the course of a 162-game campaign.
Maybe that year off in 19 helped him.
Tommy John surgery.
Buster Posey took last year off. Bounce back season this year.
Good call.
So just give your catcher a vacation year every once in a while and they're all good.
2 singles for David Fletcher. One of them turned into 2 RBIs. He loves A's pitching this year. Nice pitch from Irvin, working those corners.
Yeah, so again, you're Fletcher. You know who's behind you, right? Ohtani's on deck. First base is open. There's 2 outs. Cole Irvin's not pitching around you. He's coming after you. Yeah, lineup construction matters a lot, folks. Both who's in front and who's behind.
It's 0-2. Although David Fletcher is a man who can handle the bat with 2 strikes in his career. There's his line against the A's this year. It's such a different look from 2 to 3. Lowest exit velocity off the bat, David Fletcher. Oh, and then Ohtani on deck. Did not get him. How many balls have gone towards the feet tonight?
Yeah, lots. 0-2, we mentioned that Fletcher is hyper-aggressive, but even he's not going to chase that one. Yeah, you mentioned his low exit velo. He reminds me a little bit of Jeter and Ichiro. Those guys got so many hits by hitting the ball weakly, just putting it in play. That's part of his game.
Fletcher's guy growing up was David Eckstein. 1-2, it's in the glove. And that'll do it. Fletcher dad on strikes. 2 in the inning for Cole Irvin to get out of it. A's down a run after 4.
Bottom of the 9th inning at Coors Field in Denver. And what so far has happened is what most baseball people felt could not possibly happen, that anyone could come into this haven for home runs, this nightmare alley, and hold the Rockies to no hits. But that's exactly what Hideo Nomo has done through 8 innings. Fastball hit down to DeShields. 1 away. Ground ball to DeShields. He is 1 out away, and Ellis Burks is standing in Nomo's way of a no-hitter. Hideo Nomo has done what they said could not be done. He has not only shut out the Rockies, he has pitched a no-hitter, and thank goodness they saw it in Japan.
What? Are you kidding me? That was disgusting.
Sean Manaea is mic'd up today for us on YouTube, and that's actually my dream. I wish, as the play-by-play man, that I could just do something like that when I see a play like that. What? That was disgusting. Go to break.
I'm just glad that those guys who get to watch Matt every day still are amazed. Don't take that for granted. That was disgusting.
And he leads off the inning. Top 5, A's down a run. Matt Chapman is the best in the biz at the hot corner. Fair to say that?
You know, you got Nolan Arenado, who's right there with him. I will say this. Matt Chapman revolutionized the third base position. Plays the deepest third base in baseball. And the game now has become a game, and you can see where Mayfield's playing him third base, a game where third base now is about range. It's not a step and a dive play. And the numbers show that that position, since Matt Chapman got to the big leagues, on average, is moved about 6 or 7 feet deeper. And as Matt will tell you, it's all about how deep you can play depending on your arm strength. Obviously, the better arm that you have, the deeper you can play, but he's also great, as we saw right there, at coming in on top balls. You have to be able to do that too if you play so deep.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Chapman. You know, when he was drafted, his friend Matt Olson was sitting, hanging out with some guys watching a draft interview, and Chapman said, "I'm going to change the game on defense." They were like, chill. Like you're saying, he really has. Just changed the position.
Scott, it's been standard procedure now, and I realize there's not a lot of guys also present the threat of a bunt where you can play that deep. But everywhere you look around baseball, even guys who just have average arms are playing the position much deeper than they used to. He started it, and I think he and Arenado are the two at executing it. He takes the walk right there. It also reminds me of Billy Beane, the president of the A's, who said when you play third base for Oakland in that ballpark with all that foul territory, you have to have the range of an outfielder as well. And he does. We saw him make the catch earlier in the game, running down the ball in left center field, playing shortstop essentially in the shift, or left field down the line. There's so much foul territory that you need range to track down pop-ups. And I think in terms of that, he's the best in baseball, running down pop-ups.
Well, then he is in the ideal ballpark. You're right. He's on for Yan Gomes. Down low from Tyler. More from Kyle Tyler in relief of Jonathan Diaz, who made his MLB debut. Gomes is 1 for 2 with an infield single in the second. And he's going to right. Lagares for out number 1. Here comes Chris Davis, and we go to Brett.
Hey, Scott, when Davis got called up a few weeks ago, he told Bob Melvin he was more excited for this opportunity than he was when he made his major league debut. Now, Bull Mel told us today he's so appreciative, doesn't care where he bats, and how can you not help but love a guy like this? Matt Chapman, though, deserves an assist. He campaigned for his return. At one point after he was DFA'd, he called him up and said, "Get your rear end off the couch and come help us." You know, he had just a couple of home runs in Texas. At one point at AAA Las Vegas, he homered in 6 straight games, so maybe there's a lot left in the tank. And hey, who says you can't go home again?
Not me. Chris Davis loves Oakland and playing for the A's as much as any player I've ever heard from. Look at the last 4 years as the production has tailed off since leading the league in homers with 48 in 2018. That is a foul ball.
Well, he had that stretch where every year he hit 247 with 40 home runs plus. And Brett's absolutely right. I think when he came back to the team, it wasn't just Chapman. They were all happy to see him again. This guy's a great clubhouse influencer. And I like the fact now that, as Bob Melvin was saying, you know, you can pinch hit Jed Lowry late in the game. You know, a tough right-hander on the mound, run scoring situation. He'll send Lowry up to pinch hit. Chris Davis is cool with it at this point in his career.
He's an easygoing guy, and I mean that in a good way.
Well, you can tell by the way he stands in the batter's box, right? Looks like he's waiting for a bus. Very quiet, relaxed.
And he's talked about the fact that this A's organization just lets him be himself.
Oh, he's a tremendous fastball hitter. Don't let that easy look in the box fool you. Very fast hands.
Yeah, that was a unique deal. It brought Elvis Andrus over to Oakland. Davis cut by the Rangers in June. Andrus has been the starting shortstop for the A's for the entire season. Looks like it's going to head to the seats, and it does. About 8 rows back. And to be fair, Chris Davis is pretty consistent, staying on the field for years, and then a hip injury really held him back a couple seasons ago. And then even this year, late in spring training, he suffered a grade 2 left quad strain, so he missed the beginning of the season. That is a fair? Yeah. Single in the scorebook. Chris Davis has it. Maybe fouled off his foot or something.
No, that's
just staring at it.
I want to know the exit velo on that hit.
That was as light as it gets.
Yeah, that's probably in the 40s, I would want to say.
A whisper off the bat.
Yeah, right off the end of the bat, breaking ball. It's very rare to see a baseball stopped on the field. It really is. And it's usually never good for the defensive team. And that's the case right here. That's a knock. You see a baseball sitting idle on a baseball field in play. It's rare, but it just happens.
Ready for the number? 53.5
Ooh,
miles an hour
harder than I
off the
thought.
bat. Chris Davis is on, so is Chapman, and a new pitcher is coming up.
So many people are so excited to see this young man at 19 years old.
We landed in LA at like 6:30, 6:45, and we take a cab to Anaheim, which is an hour away. Which was like rush.
Well, here he is, center fielder Mike Trout. His major league debut tonight.
We had traffic to get to Anaheim. We do not get to the stadium until the 6th or 7th inning. And
we
Mike,
are running.
Listen, here's the killer. So we tell Mike, mom says, Mike, now leave us 4 tickets.
Right. So
we'll be there. Well,
I go up to the
poor kid.
I know he
doesn't leave his tickets, right?
We're like, okay, we'll buy tickets. Just give us a ticket somewhere.
Okay. And we finally get into the stadium. It's like the top of the 8th inning. And a ball has hit the center.
This one out toward right center.
And we had just sat down.
Mike Trout giving chase.
Long run by Trout. Hey, runs it down. Oh, man, what a play by Mike Trout.
Mike made that unbelievable catch out in the outfield.
Holy smokes, what a catch by the kid.
Hey, all season long on the MLB Game of the Week, we've given our viewers the power to vote for which standout performer will receive the YouTube Player of the Game trophy. Stay tuned for the polling options later in the game, as we'll hand out some hardware in our post-game show immediately following the end of the game. Can't wait for that. I love actual hardware.
Yes, so do players.
It's one thing, to get an award. But when there's an actual trophy, doesn't matter if you're 5 years old or 25. It's cool.
I cannot tell you enough. You are on the money. The amount of players I've talked to that have received that trophy with their name on it, it breaks up the season, and I mean that in a positive way. Makes this day special and stand out.
That and free T-shirts, which was the key to starting the New York City Marathon. Gave away free T-shirts. People like, I'm there. Sign me up.
That's all it takes to run. How many miles is that?
26.2.
26.2. All right, here we go. Jose Quijada taking over for Kyle Tyler. Tony Kemp in the 9th spot. A's have 2 on in the 5th. Chapman walked. Gomes flew out to right. And then a single for Chris Davis that I think it was slower than, well, could be slower than a bunt. Down the third baseline.
I just wish I could hit my pitching wedge like he hit that base hit.
So quiet off the bat.
Should be a challenge fastball right here from Quijada. It was, and Kemp didn't get it. He's got a good changeup, but primarily he's going to throw a lot of fastball. So he's a guy when he's behind the count, you lock in on that. It's a good location right there. Tied him up.
It's his 3rd big league season. He's 25 years old. Missing down. Quijada popped up on Wednesday. Gave the team 2 outs. Nothing against him. Strikeout and a walk. A couple days back. That's a strike. Favorable call for Quijada.
Yeah, well, I think we'd all say we'd like to see the pace of game pick up a little bit, right? How about we just start Tony Kemp with a 3-2 count? He's going to get there anyway.
lines out at bats in the 9 spot. It's like a marathon, and then it's the top of the order.
Yeah, this is not an area where you can get by quickly to get to the top. You'll work through Kemp.
There it is. Again, the A's have the bags full. Let's finish this up. Where's the money going for Shohei?
Wow.
300 to 400.
I'm a little surprised at that.
The YouTube viewers getting stingy on us, Tom. Open up those checkbooks.
He can't believe it himself.
I
He
know.
said, what?
He's laughing. I think if that's where your head is at money-wise, you're not landing Shohei Ohtani if he's a free agent after this season.
No.
So you need to think bigger. But
Yet another bases loaded at bat.
Wow.
We have to find out what the record is.
leadoff man Josh Harrison.
Hard to believe to this point Oakland still is trailing in this game, despite all the runners on base.
Hey, sneak this in. And credit to my friend Roger Lodge, who's on Angels pregame on the radio. Shohei Ohtani will start on Sunday. So we were talking about Melvin earlier, and he said, well, at least we miss Ohtani in this series.
That is good to know.
Yeah. High and tight to Harrison.
Because Joe Madden told us he would be okay if, in fact, you know, Ohtani is still a little bit sore and didn't take the mound again this year. But as he told us, and this is the way they've done it all year, they're taking their cues from Ohtani. And I think he wants to get to a 10th win. He's at 9 now. But the bottom line is if he feels good and wants to pitch, you let him pitch.
Harrison stays alive. Suzuki couldn't keep it in the glove, and he's down for a sec. Where did that get him?
It got him in the chest, maybe. He's taking a few hits today.
If he's adjusting his fingers a bit. Oh,
yeah. Josh has got that long swing. Follow through. Ooh. Yeah, got him on the wrist, forearm area.
One and two to Harrison. Up the middle, a funny hop off the mound. This could be two. Oh, that is beautifully turned. Fletcher with the throw. The A's will not be able to do anything with the bases loaded yet again. Rengifo hooking up with Fletcher, and look at this turn. Oh, wow.
What a pivot by Fletcher. Back to first. Wheels and fires. Yeah, they got him.
Lowry's got 2 hits, 2 for 4 with an RBI.
Right field! That baby is gone! Lowry has walked it off against Emmanuel Clase. What a way to start the second half!
So Marte a chance to be the hero. 2 on, nobody out. He's trying to walk it off. Fielder straight away and pulled in just a little bit. Marte drives one to left. Deep left. And that baby is gone.
Swervin, Irvin. You have a YouTube channel starting in October. Is that what you're saying?
I was mic'd up for YouTube.
Yeah?
All of them, yeah, that's like LeBron.
Yeah.
Like when they walk in the ring.
Probably what Shohei feels like every day.
Sean Manaea mic'd up Cole Irvin and his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Cole Irvin. Get over there. I just subscribed. Shohei Ohtani to lead off the frame for the Angels. Still up a run. We're in the home fifth. In the air. That one's hanging up for a while, but Canna has out number one. Okay, so
Can of corn.
yes, Canna.
I could.
You have to.
Sorry about that.
I have to let you know, and the world, that there was an earthquake registered about 25 miles from Angel Stadium. Magnitude 4.3. It was in Carson, California. I didn't feel a thing. You?
Maybe what? That was Suzuki's home run? I felt something then. He hit it so hard.
You're on fire.
No, I didn't actually.
Yep.
That's a pretty big number on the Richter scale, no? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people felt it. We just didn't up here. Right?
Apparently 6, 7, 8. That's a big number. So.
Okay, but 4.
It's something.
That's, how many miles away did you say?
25-ish. Not an expert on the topic, admittedly. Hmm. 2-1 to Gosselin. Right side. Pinder. Navigating. There you go. All right, so Spozone has the call tonight. Japanese language commentary of Shohei Ohtani's last AB. Sounds like this.
それほど球が速いピッチャーではありません。ゴロになりました。破っていきましたライトへのヒット。フレッチャーはセカンドストップか。ライトがちょっと弾いている。これを見てフレッチャーは三塁に行きました。大谷最初のバッターボックスでヒットを打ちました。ライトへのヒット。フレッチャーも好判断。
Shinpei Ishiguro, play-by-play on Spozone. An option for you on YouTube today. That was his first AB. That's the single in the opening inning. This is Walsh, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. We mostly watch baseball in the evening, some afternoon games, of course, but in Japan, it's breakfast and Shohei. Walsh on a few hops. Harrison takes care of it. 3 up, 3 down in the fifth. Cole Irvin picking up some steam here for Oakland. Now needs some help from his bats.
TV every minute of every day. Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani got it. He got it. Number 40. A franchise record for left-handed hitters. 3-1 Halos.
7 incredible innings on the mound, and he just smashes a baseball a mile.
Shower up, start the limo, start chipping away at the bust in Cooperstown. Here we go.
Did he get it? Did he get it? He did! Wow! Shohei Ohtani, first pitch, home run number 43. It is showtime! Shohei, the money, 3-run shot.
Grab your popcorn, folks. Movie time. Well, Moneyball connected to Oakland and the A's. Oh, we have Angels in the outfield. I mean, when you have the A's and the Angels meeting up, we're thinking about some other classic titles like Major League, and the Field of Dreams game in Iowa was a classic. So just out of those four, our next YouTube poll question asks you which is your favorite of the four. Vote now. Very easy to do. It's posted on your computer screen, mobile devices, however you're watching. Get involved in the poll question. We'll break down the percentages later. Okay.
Very interesting. The A's and the Angels going up against each other in the poll question.
Yes.
In the movie business. I like it.
We'll see who shows up. And of course, customary. Whoever's sitting next to me has to make a decision, usually pretty quickly. First pitch, cut and miss from Starling Marte. What's your choice?
Not among those choices was Bull Durham.
Right, we're just going with these four, but
yeah,
Durham's
I know,
your all-time
but did you come up with this final four here?
I helped, but
okay.
There are certainly a number of other candidates.
Well, I would...
A League of Their Own, Sandlot. We're just picking four because
among those four,
yes,
I'd go Field of Dreams.
Okay.
Maybe because I got to go to Dyersville, Iowa for the first time. That was a treat.
One of the best games you've ever seen?
One of the best, well, the best setting for a game I've ever been at, for sure.
Marte didn't get much of it. Quijada throws him out.
How about you?
Out of that grouping?
We're influencing the vote here, by the way. We're not exactly neutral.
I think, and I wasn't there, but just based off what we just experienced, Field of Dreams is fresh on the mind. That game was a movie. I think it makes me appreciate the movie more from an aesthetic view. So I'll double down with you.
Okay.
See how everyone else does. Man, that's a base hit. Matt Olson comes through. Spinner through the infield. If you're playing him straight up, does a shortstop have a shot at that?
Probably not. He hit that one hard. You don't get many hits that way. How about these two guys at first base? Well, there was Olson with Walsh earlier. They actually played together as kids in a suburb of Atlanta. And years later, they make the American League All-Star team together. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Jared Walsh, in terms of his draft position, I'll talk about it later, calls himself Mr. Irrelevant. Well, he's very relevant. So is this game. One-run affair. A's need all of them down the stretch. We'll be right back.
Hall of Famer, big-time record breaker, sure. But never forget, Rickey Henderson was a trailblazer. Not so much for what he accomplished, but for what he taught a whole generation about real style.
It was in '79 we broke in. I said, who is this guy, right?
He brought a style. He brought the word they use now, swag.
I mean, from the snatching ball out the air.
Henderson back. He has it.
Flip the bat.
Rickey Henderson, he is a force.
And letting them know, yeah, I got you.
Rickey Henderson is full of substance. There's the substance, and here comes the style.
And Rickey was the first who actually could. He got away with it because it was true. It was genuine.
Everyone was scared to do it. You're not going to hit me in the head.
Oh!
Rickey was okay with that because now I'm still in second and third.
There goes Rickey.
Ground ball gets me in 1-0 because you were upset. Because I flipped my bat.
The A's have done it again.
It was almost a little bit of a rebel because he wasn't like anyone else on the field. You know, he was Rickey.
Check out the Oakland A's YouTube channel for a glimpse behind the scenes, eye-catching highlights, and some laughs with members of the Green and Gold. Make sure you like and subscribe now at youtube.com/athletics. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Back at Angel Stadium, gorgeous Orange County. Next up, Jose Marte, second ever big league appearance. First one was on the 20th of August. He was just called back up. On the 20th, 2 innings, a hit, no runs, 4 Ks. He enters the game in the 6th with heat. 98, first pitch to Marcana.
And you saw that movement there too. That's not a straight 98. Good life on that fastball.
There's Olsen at first. You see that baseball behind the umpire?
I do. It shouldn't be there, Scott.
No. Thank you.
He heard you.
Am I that loud?
Can you keep it down a little bit?
Try to blend in with the crowd, but you know.
You know, back in the very early days of baseball, I'm talking 19th century, the outfielders used to hide baseballs in the grass in the outfield. So the ball would hit over their head, they'd go pick up the one that was closest to them and throw it back in. They weren't exactly perfectly groomed fields back in the day. You could actually hide a baseball in the grass.
That's unreal. They had to have come up with a rule that if you do that, it's, you know, half a year suspension or something. Nothing gets by us these days. 3-0. There it is, 97. Marcana has bounced back this month after a down August.
Yeah, and he's a guy you really have to attack with breaking stuff. I mean, his splits between fastballs and secondary pitches is enormous. He can, even this fastball here, 97, 98, no problem. But this should be a challenge fastball right here. Should get a good swing on it. I'm surprised he took it.
Down Broadway.
To me, that's exactly the pitch you keyhole in that spot. 3-1, fastball pitcher on the mound. Now you're a little bit more in protect mode. We have to cover a larger area. Still going to get a challenge fastball.
This is one of the top pitches per plate appearances. Batter. There you go. That's why Marcana loves to work the count. That is the 8th walk of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. You know, seeing a lot of pitches isn't the be-all and the end-all, and it's certainly not in today's game, Scott. You know, you go back to the Yankees and Red Sox years ago, the whole idea was drive up the pitch count and get the starting pitcher out of the game. That is irrelevant in today's game because pitchers just don't last. Starting pitchers average way fewer than 90 pitches. And there's so many good arms in the bullpen, the reward is really not there to get a starting pitcher out of the game. So a team like Toronto, which sees very few pitches, is showing you what being aggressive does in today's game. It's a different game than a decade ago.
Pinch hitter Seth Brown. Yeah, we showed you Olsen, or make that Chapman and Canna love to work at bats.
Yeah, which is great, again, but I like my guy to swing 3-1, a fastball down the middle with a guy on base.
Brown swinging, but pulls it foul. .28 years old, late bloomer. Loves the breaking ball.
I've always liked his stroke, Scott. His swing to me. I mean, you saw him way out in front of the fastball right there, but I mean, he can turn around heat. You mentioned good breaking ball hitter. This barrel's in the zone a long time.
He gets away, and both runners move up easily. They're in scoring position. Olsen and Canna with 1 out in the 6th.
Yeah, that is big. That's a mistake by Suzuki. You know, listen, Marte misses badly with the fastball here, but you got to catch this baseball. Just a little slow reacting to it. Off the end of the glove. I would score that a pass ball.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, that's a game changer. The Angels are going to play their infield back.
Crucial moment in the ballgame. Brown on the ground, and this is going to bring in a run for Oakland. Very productive ground out for Seth Brown, and we are knotted up at 4.
I'm a little bit surprised they played the infield back there with 1 out. With no outs, I get it. You know, I guess the thought there is you're defending against the big inning with 2 runners in scoring position, not just the runner on third, all set up by that pass ball. But conceding the tying run right here on a weakly hit ground ball the other way.
Olsen comes in. That's high to Chapman. Canna's at third now. So the A's have caught up. A 2-run second for Oakland. And 4 from the Angels in the bottom of that inning. The A's answered back with a run in the 3rd. Now 1 more in the 6th. Ooh. Suzuki saves the day there.
It looks to me, Scott, like Suzuki's having a tough time tracking Marte's pitches. The last couple of sliders there, a little bit late responding to it. You saw the fastball late responding to that.
It's like a pop quiz for him tonight, though, working with some fresh faces.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about hitters trying to figure out new pitchers. The same holds for the catcher. What does he like to throw? How does his ball move? Not easy with a runner on third base.
And this is the 4th arm in the game for the Angels. Diaz made his debut. Very different pitcher from the man on the mound right now. 3-0. And that's past Suzuki, and the A's grab the lead. Mark Canha scores. It's 5-4.
He's just having a hard time tracking either the slider or the fastball. That's a fastball that ran arm side. He's lucky he didn't break his thumb trying to catch this. That's just not being familiar enough with the pitcher to know how his ball moves.
A walk and another pass ball.
Yeah, and you know, those fastballs, I'm sure Kurt would tell you they should be caught, but when you miss badly location with fastballs, you don't have a lot of time to react to it. You see when he stabbed at that slider down. This has been a tough inning for a really good defensive catcher.
Two passed balls. Also 8 walks from Angels pitching tonight. 2 hit batters. Make that 9 walks. You had Chapman making it 9. Chapman's walked twice tonight. Also a base hit. He's on for a 3rd time. Gomes is 1 for 3.
Well, between the walks, the hit batters, the pass balls, that's a lot of free bases. And we're only here in the 6th inning. And to me, the Angels, they're lucky this game's just 5-4 at this point.
Runners on the move, and the throw is in there. Tough inning for Kurt Suzuki, and that's a good way to head back to the dugout. Matt Chapman is toast at second. Does he think he's safe? He's not moving.
Yeah, he thinks he is, but it looked like Fletcher made a nice tag on the leg or foot of Chapman before he got to the bag. the benefit of throwing the ball. They're going to challenge it. The benefit of throwing the ball to the first base side of second is sometimes you get that tag before the hand gets in there. That's close. Might be in there. Oh, that's really close. Got him on the leg. Did he get him in time? Oh. The original call is out. So far, I haven't seen anything to overturn it.
It's a great look.
I think it's going to hold up. I don't see that as conclusive.
Caught some of Chapman's jersey.
Well, the Angels are convinced they're walking off the field. They saw the replay on the Jumbotron here and said, we're done. But the call in New York is the only one that counts.
I'm with you, not conclusive to overturn. You can make a case right there already that you got a piece. Right before. Razor close, he's out. The Angels are correct. But the A's win the inning with 2 runs to snatch the lead. 5-4 heading to the bottom of the 6th.
Make fun of me or my ball glove. Heart is palpitating. Yes!
That ball almost escaped the glove of Carlos Correa.
Catching that one right at the end of the glove for that snow cone. Take a bite out of it.
This is going to be great. Outsmart it. You can do it. Oh, my gosh. Don't do it. I knew it. Oh, he's so sad. He was so close. He was just sitting right there.
A fly ball hit out towards center. Jackie Bradley Jr. is going to make the catch. Oh, he tripped. Little toe pick.
Well, look out.
Lorenzo saying thanks to the fans in the bleachers. Yep, I'm fine. I'm good.
The keg heads, I think they are. Remember the cone heads?
Mm-hmm. Looks good on you, though. Hey, looks good on you. Now, did he ask you to sign that? You're just going to do it?
We'll just sign them and send them back. That's our payment.
Creator Spotlight time. We do this every single week on YouTube. A content creator hustling in the live game commentary section, putting a YouTube channel together. This is a college student, Ashley Sanders, who runs exported Twitch streams showcasing Diamond Dynasty and MLB The Show. It's videos and YouTube shorts. She uses Twitch and puts them on YouTube. Around 3,500 subscribers. Let's drive that up. Over 220,000 views on her videos. I actually watched a couple the other day. She's a college student. Does this during her study breaks, and watched her running her team, the Sand Squad. Very welcoming and enthusiastic to her subscribers. Hello, Ashley. Drop us a line in the commentary. We'll give you a reply back. Our Creator Spotlight. And our new right fielder for Oakland, Seth Brown, in for Chad Pinder. Kurt Suzuki went around. All right, so a laborious inning for Kurt Suzuki, and now he gets a chance. He does have a home run in his pocket. Oh, Dexter Fowler.
Yeah, he's having fun.
Yeah,
he's always having fun.
Putting on a show. It's a foul ball towards Fowler and the Angels. A lot of familiar faces on the Angels if you've been following the game for a while. And they're in the dugout. Trout, Upton, Fowler.
Rendon's not here, I don't think. I haven't seen him, but he's obviously not active as well. There's a lot of talent not on the active roster for the Angels.
Cole Irvin strikes out Kurt Suzuki. Strikeout number 3 on the day for Irvin. More from Brett Dolan right now. Brett?
Hey guys, look what I have. Who would ever forget Joe Madden's Try Not to Suck t-shirt with the Cubs? This is the Ohtani version that says, to be a good ball player, try not to suck. A distinction maybe without a difference. Now, it's part of Joe Madden's Respect 90 Foundation. He was explaining this to about 20 Japanese media members today, and they were loving this story. So between their promotion and here on YouTube, if this doesn't fly by the $1 million that Cubs t-shirt made, I would be stunned, because I have a feeling back in Oshu City and Japan, elsewhere, this is going to be a hot seller.
I agree. That's a good look. That makes a ton of sense.
People want to know where they can get them right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they saw Brett show that off, and who wouldn't want one? Did you get yours?
Not
Scott?
yet. Did you?
No, I think it's cool.
We got to make sure we get hooked up before we leave.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll order online. That is going to be a hot item. Joe Madden was wearing it with a big smile earlier today. And Renjifo's going to be smiling after that knock. Nice contact. 1 out, base runner for the Angels in the home 6th.
That's where the game has changed. 3-0 count, down a run. Bottom third of the order. It's one of the few times where you can sit on fastball and know you're probably going to get one. It's exactly what he did. The last fastball count in the game, 3-0.
Renjifo's on a heater lately. 3 homers, last 7 games entering today, including a long ball yesterday. Also have a day, Jack Mayfield. Single, double, and what's next? Fly out to center.
I've been really impressed with Irvin, the way his stuff's got. I think it's gotten sharper as we've gotten deeper into this game. And especially, that was a slider right there. The slider and the changeup both have played up as we've gotten through this game. And again, you know, Bob Melvin talked about it here. We're playing a season after a short season last year because of COVID. And, you know, there's either one way to look at it, that you're well rested coming off the short year, or you're well tested when it comes to endurance and strength. And I think his stuff is, not just in this game, but late in the year, has held up well. Guy who came up in the Philly system, they thought he was going to be a power pitcher, and his fastball was playing up. They wanted him to be a fastball slider guy, maybe a bullpen piece. Well, I'm seeing here, he's got plenty of pitches to be an effective starting pitcher without the high velocity. Bullpen getting ready behind him.
Trevino and Diekman, 2 of their most talented arms. This is a big one to open up the series. And the Angels have definitely made their mistakes tonight, gifted the A's some runs. They're going to try and lock it down. A bullpen that's been great up until the last few weeks.
I would think the message right there, Scott, was this is your last batter.
Yeah.
In so many words. 2 of the next 3 hitters, as the lineup turns around, are left-handed. It's probably the slot for Diekman. See the pitch count at 85. Do you want to ask him to go through the lineup a 4th time? Probably not.
4 runs, only 1 of them earned. He's getting more swing and miss. Like
there's that slider again. Yeah. It's fascinating because he does something I've never seen before. When he warms up between innings, he only throws a fastball. And that tells me he's got confidence and feel on his secondary stuff.
Changeup slider so far to Lagares. Renjifo is on. Another changeup. Is there a comp? Is it a Kyle Hendricks type? Command control?
No, he's not Hendricks, because Hendricks is going to two-seam you to death, you know, running out over the corners of the plate. And his fastball is more of that true four-seamer up.
this did happen in his last start against Texas. They blitzed him early. It turned into some offense, but he picked up steam and gave the team 7 innings. A couple runs, a walk. He struck out 8 in that one. His strikeout rate has gone up this year with Oakland. I mean, Bob Melvin said we didn't even know if he was going to make the team. He's been a consistent contributor.
We haven't seen him too many times tonight double up on that fastball. I would think this is either the slider or the changeup. Something soft here to Lagares.
And in on the hands, and Harrison is going to have to shovel it over to second in time.
Well, that's close.
Yeah. Does Rengifo think he's safe? No, Hayes are leaving the field. Said, hey, Angels, you did that last inning. We're out of here. Hold up. Wait for it. Okay, we're good. Kemp with the squeeze. Rengifo is out at second. Fielder's choice. Harrison, first down.
It's gonna be interesting. Ooh, great song. Oh boy, this is the part where I start singing when I'm mic'd up. Got him. Got him. That's one. I got one today. Reba. Oh, hi. Oh, yeah. You like those butt scratches? You did such a good job. We're going to win today because you did such a good job out there. I miss my dog so much. Oh, practice the golf swing, boys. Yeah. Yep, that's in. I think my beard looks too Amish. Do you think you can give up everything to be Amish?
Returning to Amish at TLC?
Yes. Hope this translates. My goodness, it's sexy. Hey, Rosie's got a tan, doesn't he? You have this magnificent tan.
Yeah,
for what?
It's a spray tan.
Oh, God, I feel fat. Here we go. I'm just gonna sit here. Oh, God, it's up. We were locked in today, but I get it.
Watching a baseball game on YouTube.
I can't even imagine what that would be like.
It's almost like you're at the game. You can smell the grass.
Ooh.
You can hear the fans.
Fresh cut grass, yeah.
And guess what? You're just like Sean Manaea. So if you want to be like Sean Manaea, get yourself some YouTube TV.
And scene.
First take, nailed it. Your newest commercial, starring Sean Manaea and the Oakland A's.
He is a star.
Yeah.
I got a kick out of him before the game today. Well before batting practice or anything like that. He's out in the outfield. Doesn't have the hat on, so he's really got the flow out. Barefoot, throwing a football around.
And then hacky sack after that.
So SoCal.
Chilling. Andrew Wentz. That's to center. Marsh looking back. Now towards the wall. He's got one. Long, loud fly ball out number 1 off the bat of Yan Gomes in the 7th. And just a reminder to our viewers, you can click the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks. You have the option to listen to the Japanese language commentary, courtesy of Spozone. That's available for you. Jed Lowry pinch hitting in Chris Davis's spot. We talked about this. It's happening. There's a strike from Wentz.
By the way, one of my great thrills was in 1994. I went to Japan for their Nippon World Series, Nippon Series. Because we had no World Series here in '94. It was such a pleasure to be in those ballparks and the way people were locked into the games, constant cheering. They have bands there with dedicated songs, like we would call them walk-up songs, but like pep songs for each player.
One man on the left side. And Mayfield makes it happen.
Nobody needed the make noise sign on the scoreboard. And they're just so knowledgeable and passionate about the game. It was just great atmosphere.
College football, college baseball.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's finish this up.
Yeah, let's.
Favorite baseball movie winner. Oakland A's fans getting in there, and Moneyball fans.
Close. I'm surprised Moneyball won there.
Major League getting some love. Field of Dreams, Angels in the outfield in the 4 spot.
Recency bias, right? That's the one that was released.
Yes.
Latest.
Our younger audience knows Moneyball. Maybe not Angels in the outfield. Angels in the outfield, what? Maybe, is it mid-90s?
Yeah.
Early 90s? Okay. 94, mid-90s. 94, the year that we were in Japan.
Is that when they went to the periwinkle uniforms, the Angels? After that? Sometime around there.
They're empty for Kemp. Ooh, just missed. Shocker.
It's a 3-ball count, Scott.
Shocker. There's a strike. He's walked 3 times. It is a microcosm of the season for Tony Kemp, though. On-base machine, bottom of the order.
It's 2 best on-base percentage seasons the last 2 seasons.
Pulls it. Oh, what a stop at first by Walsh. Underhand toss. They got him. Gobble it up, get it done. Jared Walsh. Mean glove work. 3 up, 3 down in the 7th. Extension. And Wentz is there. That's not easy to do.
Bottom of the 7th inning, the Angels trailing it 5-0.
They put the rally monkey up on the scoreboard, and this place went berserk.
They've had so many rallies this year. Do they have another one left in them?
Swing of a high drive, deep to right, to the wall, and it's gone! A home run! It's Spezio has made it a 2-run game. The Angels are breathing and right back into it. There's a swing, a long drive, deep to right. It is gone! Darren Erskine with a home run. It is a 1-run game.
The never say die Angels giving their fans a thrill down the stretch. And it belted left field in the gap. Here comes Biggins. Here comes Anderson. The Angels take the lead 6-5.
We are 1 strike away from a game 7.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Oh, what a ball game.
And the Anaheim Angels are still breathing. We are going to game 7 incredibly.
Hey, don't miss a minute of exclusive Angels content. Head to the Angels YouTube page to watch exciting moments, interviews with players and alumni, and more. Visit youtube.com/Angels and subscribe to the channel today. And listen to MLB's podcasts to hear the latest analysis from insiders across the league and exclusive in-depth interviews with baseball's biggest stars. Subscribe now at MLB.com/podcast. Are you subscribing? Yes? Okay, good. You too? Raise your hand if you're subscribing. Good. Jake Diekman, the 34-year-old left-hander, in the game for Oakland. He's pitching in his 10th season, about mid-90s with the fastball. He'll get you some swing and miss.
Yeah, it's not just the velocity, it's the angle that he generates, especially against left-handed hitters.
Angels 7th starts with the rookie Brandon Marsh. He can handle heat. Marsh hit a home run on Wednesday off a 100.8 mile-an-hour fastball from Michael Kopech. Hardest pitch hit for a home run in the American League this year. That's 95 from Diekman.
Yeah, he's a fascinating player because he's got great skills, speed. Joe Madden talked about him being Gold Glove caliber in center field. He actually may have Mike Trout playing a corner outfield next year. That's how good he is in center field. But right now there's still too much swing and miss in his game. It's not unusual for a young player. But he improves on that. And look out. The skills are there.
Same high school as Joey Bart, catcher in the Giants organization, former first rounder. Battle of the beards going on right now too, Tom.
Well, that's no contest if you're just going by beards. Although it depends what your point of judgment is. Length, yeah, Marsh has got that. Neatness, he's not going to win that.
A lot going on there. I'm distracted. Marsh, hard hit. They've got a man there. It's Harrison throwing out Marsh.
I talked about Fletcher. Reminds me a little bit of Ichiro or Jeter. Doesn't have to hit the ball hard. Let's check out his not so greatest hits in terms of exit velocity. He bunts the ball really well. That was one there, but he puts the ball in play. And by no means is it hard a lot of the times. In fact, his average exit velocity is really not impressive at all, but it's just that he puts it in play, gets out of the box quickly. He turns more mishit balls into actual hits than anybody in today's game.
There you go. Not the hardest. Harrison on the move, and the tag applied by Olsen is there.
Well, there you go.
Not this time.
Under 80 miles an hour, that probably was as well, but that wasn't a hit. Lead the major leagues. This pulls Olsen off the bag, but good job by the first baseman to get off the bag, prioritize ball over bag, and get the out.
And here comes the big man. Ohtani with 2 outs, nobody on.
Now, this is the one part in a game, Scott, where the hitter, especially someone like Ohtani, is looking to hit a home run. 2 outs, bases empty. Tough lefty on the mound. Especially before you get to 2 strikes, you have to look in an area, and for Ohtani, it's fastball up, where you can hit the ball out.
That's 96 on the corner.
Yeah, it's on the black. It's a great pitch by Diekman.
So you're not pitching around him in this spot. Gosselin on deck.
If you can dot up that fastball like that, it's exactly what you want to do. You're almost pitching him right here, starting the count as if it's 0-2. You're not pitching around him, but you're not giving in. Again, right on the black. Not much you can do with that pitch. With a great hitter like Ohtani, this is a case where you're defending the home run. It sounds odd, but power hitter, 2 outs, bases empty. Keep the ball out of the middle of the plate. And in this case, not a fastball up.
He's an extra base hit monster against left-handed pitching.
It's really impressive for a guy who really gets his hips open early, but the key is he keeps his hands back. The hips may open early, but he keeps the hands back so the hands don't follow the hips. That means he stays on time, stays back on his backside.
That was the one. I'm sweating if I'm Bob Melvin.
Yeah, I'm with you. That was a pitch he can handle. This, I would not throw him back-to-back fastballs. This should be back to the slider down and away.
If you walk him, no big deal. Got him.
Wow. Paint.
What a pitch from Jake Diekman, challenging Shohei Ohtani and winning the battle.
Perfectly executed right on the black with the fastball at 97. And a little help from Yan Gomes.
In spring training in 1972, Reggie shows up in a full beard.
We had rules, no facial hair. Well, Reggie wore a beard.
And as Reggie is wont to do, tells every reporter in sight, I don't care if Charlie Finley doesn't like it.
So now Charlie figures, okay, he's going to use reverse psychology on Reggie. So he came up with this mustache day.
Charlie told everybody on the ball club, if you have a mustache on opening day, you get $300.
Now, obviously, that doesn't sound like a lot today. $300 was $300 back then.
So he figured if Reggie sees what's happening, he'll shave his beard off, and that's what Charlie was wanting. But it didn't work.
It took me about 3.5 to 4 months. Some of the guys told me not to cut it off and keep it.
I've had it ever since. Never shaved it off.
I just kept it, and it kept getting longer and longer, and I kind of like it right now. My wife likes it, and I'll just keep it as long as I can.
And that's the only reason why I grew this thing, was to get $300 out of Charlie.
So we kept the beard, we kept our mustaches, we started winning. That became our trademark.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. And the Roberto Clemente Award recognizes one player who best represents the game through positive contributions on and off the field. Learn more about the nominees and vote at MLB.com/Clemente21. Yes, number 17. We know all about it on the 17th of September. Angels down a run. More from Andrew Wantz. So Josh Harrison is the A's leadoff man today.
Yes.
Hit by a pitch. Next 3 ABs, bases loaded. Single, sac fly, double play.
For the leadoff hitter, that's most unusual.
We've seen a lot tonight. Harrison was a great pickup for Oakland, and they were active around the trade deadline. Yan Gomes is a big part of the catching conversation now for the team. Of course, Starling Marte, probably the best position player acquired during this trade season. And then Andrew Chafin out of the bullpen has been a big-time member. Harrison lofts one, and there's Gosselin. One away. Speaking of Starling Marte, Brett?
Well, guys, I think you mentioned Marte will finish in the top 10, probably the top 5 in both leagues in stolen bases. That has never happened. It's never happened in any offensive category. But try this one out for size. He's leading the majors in batting average and stolen bases. Should he finish the year leading both, how rare would that be? Well, I'm glad you asked. Honus Wagner did it in 1908. Ty Cobb did it 4 times, the last 1917. It's been more than a century since somebody led the majors in both batting average and stolen bases. And if he does lead the majors in batting average, doing a bulk of his damage in the AL, we could still have a Triple Crown winner in the American League. So Ohtani's not the only guy doing some crazy things with numbers this season.
That's a good call. I mean, Ohtani is grabbing the headlines, but there is serious work being done by players like this man. There it is.
Yeah, I'd love to see the stolen base total getting close to 50 overall. Love to see more stolen bases back in the game. It's exciting, right? Even the threat of a stolen base has some energy to a game.
A's fans watching have not seen many swipes.
No.
Lost
Wow.
the helmet.
Did that ball come up and hit him? Good that he can laugh about it, because I think it bounced up and hit him in the helmet. Oh.
I think just the helmet, though.
Strange.
Weird spot for the baseball to go.
Yeah, it's good that you can laugh about it,
Yeah.
that's for sure. We've seen a lot of weird things tonight.
Well, it's Friday the 17th.
Of course.
This is what makes him extra special.
Yeah.
Caught 5 times. Out of 50
90%.
chances. That's
Wow.
great. And you know he's going half the time.
You get over 80%, that's extraordinary. 90% is just otherworldly.
He'll be a free agent after this year. He was traded the last 2 seasons, and I think you can make a strong case that he's the best position player traded the last 2 years, and he stays alive.
Well, the Dodgers might offer up Trey Turner, but I'm with you in terms of production.
True.
I mean, he was playing really well for the Marlins, and he's actually raised his game with Oakland.
A's GM David Force said they'd been targeting him for weeks back when they made the move. He strikes out. He's even more important because Ramon Laureano, who was a do-it-all guy in the outfield for the A's, was suspended for performance-enhancing drugs, so he's missing the rest of the season and the playoffs if they get there. There's the cutter from Wentz.
By the way, I really enjoyed that Charlie Finley little nugget between innings there. The Mustache Gang, the Oakland A's. In some ways, the legacy of Charlie Finley goes on here with these A's. When you see them in their white shoes, that was a thing back in the day. And he started in 1967. Charlie Finley did. The A's go out there opening day with white shoes on. The pitcher throws the first pitch. That's going to drop.
Yep, he found one.
Jim Nash was the pitcher. And the manager for the Indians, Joe Adcock, calls timeout, protests the game. That guy's wearing white shoes. Our hitters can't see the baseball. That's how revolutionary it was. Of course, MLB said, no, we've already cleared it. It's fine. It's not the shoes why your Indians can't hit. And Charlie was ahead of his time with that. I mean, he went to the green and gold back in 1963. Every uniform was either blue or red or some combination thereof. That was revolutionary. And he actually put the white shoes on the A's logo. Remember that? The swinging A's?
Yes.
Well, Charlie actually had a deal with a shoe company. So, you know, it was part of raising some money for a team that didn't have a lot. But the white shoes have lived on. Kelly Green. Wedding gown white. Fort Knox gold. And white shoes. Trace it all back to Charlie Finley.
How about that?
And, you know, he actually told people, and the media bought it, that the white shoes came from white kangaroos in Australia. That's where the leather came from.
Well, that would not be a good look nowadays.
Nowadays, there'd be some fact checking going on with that.
Google it. Canna slices that one foul.
You ever see a white kangaroo from Australia?
Can't say I have.
No. But Charlie told the story, and people ran with it.
You know who I think does have an advantage from wearing the white cleats? Tyler Rogers of the Giants. Apparently, one of his teammates, I don't remember which one, but we did a game.
Because he throws from basically off the ground.
Yes, and someone told him, wear white cleats, see what happens. Well, it helps.
Very interesting.
Ball is coming from the white cleats because he's a submariner. 2 strikes on Canna. Pulls one to Mayfield. beat him by about a step and a half. Gets the job done. Olsen is stranded. A's still hanging on by a run. That bullpen has to shut things down.
Baseball is a hard game. You know, I give credit to the hitters, of course, but at the same time, when I step on that mound and you're facing me, you know, I'm going to treat you like I treat anybody else. You know, I don't care how big you are, I don't care how strong you are, I don't care how big the name. I'm going to come at you with my best stuff, and if you get a hit, I'm going to tip my cap to you, but you know, I'm going to really come at you, and as long as you have a bat and you're in the box, I'm going to come at you, and I'm going to be competitive.
Swing and a miss, a fastball, 92 the count. Sinking fastball, outside corner, that's strike 3.
This whole big league experience has been it's been super fun. It's been a great atmosphere, and it's been a lot of learning. You know, there's a lot of parts of the game that I missed out from 2 years of rehab that I'm starting to learn now. And luckily, I have a lot of veteran guys here who have taken me in, and they've helped me out so much. You know, they tell me what they see, they tell me what they don't like, they tell me what they like, and you know, I need that. You know, you need criticism, you need guys to really come to you and kind of tell you what they think, and kind of you build off that.
MLB Originals Season 2 is live on YouTube with new episodes every week. See your favorite players and learn more about the game you love on youtube.com/MLB. MLB celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month by recognizing the contributions made to our game by the Latino baseball community, past and present. Follow at Las Mayores and at MLB, and visit lasmayores.com for full coverage. Gorgeous ballpark. Admittedly, my first time here.
What took you so long?
Hadn't had a game here. I've done some Angels, but we were back in the studio.
Yeah, it's a great place to watch a game. Beautiful. Rally monkeys are out.
One-run game. All shapes and sizes. Those rally monkeys are getting old. White hair.
Well, that was a real thing in 2002.
Oh, yeah.
You felt the energy of the ballpark. Let's see what happens here against the Oakland bullpen.
Lou Trevino takes over. Fires a fastball, 96 to Phil Gosselin, who starts off the home eighth. Trevino is 30 years old, and he was their guy in the ninth for a while this year, and then has fallen off lately.
Yeah,
with some back issues too.
Yeah, exactly. But I think in this case, he's their guy, because when you look at the Angels lineup, you're at 4, 5, 6 right here. This is the inning you have to control, and especially, to me, the Walsh at bat is the big at bat. I want my best arm in the game now than facing the bottom 3 in the order in the ninth. Of course, Sergio Romo is probably behind Trevino. Plenty of experience closing. You trust him just as much. But this is the inning you have to control. Decisions made more because of where you are in the batting order than the inning.
He's going up against the 32-year-old journeyman. Makes contact right side for Kemp. Slipped a bit. He's got him. Now, Bob Melvin and the Oakland A's have had a standout bullpen for years, and that was the case again up until the middle of August. And then the wheels fell off. And the team's 11-17 since then, and that's why they're on the outside looking in for a playoff spot.
Yeah, partly because it sort of dovetails with losing Chris Bassett to getting hit by the line drive. By the way, he's going to pitch a simulated game tomorrow. So, of course, everyone in baseball wishes him the best of luck on his journey back from that injury. But you look at the last 4 years, and the A's have, as you mentioned, Bob Melvin does a great job with bullpens year in, year out. That's why they're so good down the stretch. The last 4 years, they're playing over 600 baseball in September. So this is more the anomaly where they have not been playing well and pitching well in September.
Jared Walsh, they have a man there. It's Matt Chapman. Didn't have to move much. Great arm. 2 down.
I think one of the reasons, Scott, traditionally they've been such a great closing team is because Bob Melvin does such a good job with the bullpen. Getting guys to September who are not worn out, still have gas in the tank. 65 and 42 in September since 2017. That's not happening by accident.
There's 2 teams I think about in September in the last several seasons. The A's in the AL, the Brewers in the NL. The way that Craig Counsell manages his ball club down the stretch, sometimes in a tight race. And that's in tight to Suzuki, but the Brewers have more fire in their bullpen in the last few years. The A's have to do it with softer stuff, at least some of them.
That's a great point, because you look at Bob Melvin's bullpen and there's really not a big power arm swing and miss guy that we see multiple arms like that in most major league bullpens. This is more a finesse bullpen, if you will. They don't walk people, which is great, but they're going to rely on the ball and play for the most part, and that's why that defense is so important for Oakland.
All the curls with Chafin. You see Romo squatting down. He could be the 9th. And that is a fair ball. Chapman with the arm way off the mark. And Suzuki will reach.
That's such a dangerous play for the first baseman when that throw takes you into the runner. And you saw Chapman was, I think, smart not to throw that glove hand out into the base path. I think he realized too, he probably didn't have Suzuki, but you're certainly not going to stick the arm into the way of the runner right there. Years ago, it happened to Cliff Floyd. If you remember that one, Scott, exactly the same kind of play, and really wasn't the same kind of hitter after that, after suffering a really bad wrist injury.
Angels are going to pinch run. They're checking on him. Keen Wong. Colton's brother. Colton's on the Brewers. He had a big year at AAA. Smart base runner.
Try to pick a breaking ball count. There was one right there. These are the money bases. If you can get a stolen base when it's most needed. 2 outs. It's hard to score on a double because the outfield is playing so deep. You're defending the tying run at first base from scoring. A false start at first, but he actually had a pretty good jump over there. And it looked like he's starting to time Trevino. It's hard to play for 3 consecutive hits with 2 outs, bases empty. Stolen base, yeah, of course it's risky, but not a bad idea right here. He doesn't have much of a lead, though. It's just a step and a dive. He can get a little more. I like runners, even if they're not going, to put pressure on the pitcher by expanding the lead. Maybe forcing the pitcher to be a little quicker to the plate, leave a ball up.
2-0 on its way to Rengifo. To center, Starling Marte racing in, and it's going to drop. And Wong knew it. He's heading for third. Throw is there. Starling Marte makes a standout play. Picks up the outfield assist, inning over. Keen Wong going for it, and the Oakland A's are money on defense to escape the inning.
Great play by Marte. He just timed this perfectly. You see him pull up to make sure he gets the right hop. You know, maybe a younger outfielder tries to make a shoestring catch. Plays in front of him. He knew he had Wong lined up in his sights.
Why can't you trust geographers?
Geographers? Because they travel too much.
They're all over the map. That's a fake laugh.
What sound does a giraffe make? I think it's...
I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I'm sweating. What's a seagull make when he eats a bad fish?
Not bad. He's choking on a fish, huh? So...
What was that?
How big is the fish?
A minnow, really bad minnow.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, bad.
So he's like...
A little rotten.
He could still get a little...
A walrus with a bad tummy.
No, I can't do it. I'm done. I'm done. I can't do a walrus. Walrus is it's not my forte.
It's a tight one tonight. 5-4, and this has not been the cleanest game for the Angels this evening. Only down a run.
Yeah, but they survived so many bases-loaded jams. I mean, all night long, Oakland's had the bases loaded, leaving them out there. Here's a double play, ends an inning with the bases loaded. I mean, it's still hard to believe this is just a one-run game still with as many chances as Oakland has had to really put this game out of reach. There's his numbers right there. 1 for 6 with the bases loaded.
I showed you 8 runners left, but on the entire game, 11 left on base for Oakland. 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. It's Steve Cishek time. A ball and a strike to Seth Brown. Chapman on deck. Gomes will follow.
So this is game number 68 for Cishek. Actually, he's the type of pitcher. His stuff actually gets better with regular work.
It's a manager's dream, especially this year.
And one thing he started doing, Scott, against left-handed hitters, you might see it right here. He'll run the fastball up and in, which creates a very unusual angle, attack angle on a pitch that most left-handers don't see because he's got that low release point. Slider right there. And he'll throw a two-seam fastball up and into lefties, and it can tie him up, which is important because most everything he throws is going to be arm side, outside the lefties.
And this is a great story on the mound. 5th round, 07 out of Division II Carson Newman University in Jefferson City, Tennessee. He said his arm slot just kept lowering from high school. It's real low at age 35. Brown off the glove. Cishek stays with it.
And Chapman's coming up next. Matt Chapman's had a very difficult year. He struck out more on fastballs than any hitter in the big leagues. Here he is last year, fully healthy. Then the hip surgery, and he's just not quite the same hitter. Pay attention to the hips here. He's fully open in 2020, but this year he's not fully turned. That's the same pitch, fastball up and away. But you see he's just a little bit late opening those hips. So better lately, but definitely in the first half of the season coming off that hip surgery, just physically limited in terms of how fast he could get those hips working. And Bob Melvin was telling us before the game, you also see it defensively because he was not himself early this season defensively. Some of it, you know, just coming back off surgery to the hips, you're not sure how the body's going to respond. A little bit of that is mental, but some is definitely physical. And I think now you're starting to see he's a little bit better, but his numbers against fastballs this year are way down. And to me, it's just because he doesn't have the same speed in his hips, just slightly late on fastballs.
And turns on a pitch. And there's Mayfield. 2 down. Also, by the way, Max Stassi, there he is behind the plate, taking over for Kurt Suzuki as they had the pinch runner Wong in the last half inning. If you want to see how much hips matter, watch Shohei Ohtani swing a bat with his torque. Watch him turn on a baseball.
Yeah, you watch the great hitters in the game, and we pay attention to, you know, a guy's arms and hands, which is great. But really, power comes from the ground up. And generating bat speed, a lot of times, most of it comes from the hips and how fast you turn your hips. I tell people, if you watch the Olympics and you see skaters, when they want to turn fast, they pull their arms in and the hips rotate fast. When they want to slow down, the arms get away from the body and the hips slow down.
More work for Jack Mayfield. Cool, calm, collected. 3 up, 3 down. No extra runs for the A's in the 9th. We'll go to the last licks for the Angels, and it should be Sergio Romo taking over to try and shut the door.
That's out. You could just tell his talent level was head and shoulders above the rest of the people that were on that field. He was destined for something great on the baseball diamond.
I thought I was an okay player until you meet a guy like Trout.
Back out into Strauss. It is caught! Oh, what a catch by Mike Trout!
He can hit for power, hit for average, and the way he runs, whew, I said, man, you have a little soul in you. You run like that. That's pretty fast.
He's very strong. He has the football type of body that's able to look still graceful on a baseball diamond, whether it's stealing bases, whether it's tracking down fly balls.
He's the best player I've ever seen.
This kid is going to be something special. Already is.
Having him in your division, I mean, it's just so painful, but as a fan, he is just such a marvel to watch.
This kid is a stud. S-T-U-D.
Bottom 9, last licks for the Angels. It's the MLB Game of the Week presented by Chime and now StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Hooking us up with this Starling Marte 94.4 on the outfield assist. Kien Wan going from first to third. I don't think so. Second hardest throw from Starling Marte on the season. And he was locked and loaded.
Wow. That was velo plus command. You're not going to see 94 from this guy. Sergio Romo. Of course, you all know about his slider. Sliders and changeups, you'll see a lot of them here. And vary the break on that slider. And 2 strikes, he's going to dot the outside corner. Both the lefties and righties.
He's 38 years old. Season number 14 for Romo. And a save chance. The A's entered the day 3 games away from the playoff spot. We'll update standings for you. Post-game show coming up if Oakland can close this out.
And Romo will throw just enough 2-seamers in to righties to open up the outside part of the plate with that slider.
Jack Mayfield had a lot of action in the top of the inning. There's 86.
That's the fastball.
Good day for Jack.
That's a good take by Mayfield. It's exactly the pitch Romo wants you to bite on. That slider, it starts on the plate, moves off.
Frisbees.
Good approach is to take that pitch the other way. Let the ball travel. Don't get anxious.
The A's have experienced some really devastating losses over the past few weeks. And the bullpen has been the issue. The offense has been putting up big numbers this month. There's the swing and miss from Romo. I mean, they did recover well this week, but just a 6-run lead in the 3rd inning on Tuesday against Kansas City turned into a 10-7 loss. That can really deflate a ball club. They won the next 2, and now here they are on a Friday night with a strikeout. Sergio Romo with a big start to the 9th.
Well, you know you've got a good pitch when you can throw it 4 times in a row, leave this one over the plate, and still get the swing and miss for strike 3. See the spin on that. He really gets to the side of the baseball. Has really long fingers, enables him to do that. So the ball's almost spinning if you were looking on a clock, at almost at 3 o'clock, at 2:30.
Well, here's Jose Rojas pinch hitting for Lagares. Called strike.
We've seen that pitch called to strike tonight.
Yeah.
I think it's a credit again. Good job Gomes just does back there with very quiet hands.
Yeah, you might as well test it. How much
A
width
little
do I
farther
have?
out, yeah.
Jose Rojas homered yesterday, by the way, in a win for the Angels over the White Sox. There's 3 home runs in his last 5 big league games. That's wrapped around a 2-month stint in the minors.
And it's interesting that the A's have Chapman remaining up at 3rd base. Most cases you'll see once there's 1 strike on a batter, they do not honor the bunt attempt. But right here, they're still defending the bunt attempt with 1 strike on Rojas.
Going to the right side, it is a foul ball.
Just amazing how Romo continues to get hitters out in front on his slider.
And now Chapman is far, far away. The Angels had 2 sack bunts in the 2nd. That was their big inning. 4 runs. All of them. Right side. Oh, and it eats up Kemp. Pinch hitter Jose Rojas is aboard.
Let's see where this ball hit. It looked like it might have hit the lip of the grass where the dirt meets the grass. But yeah, wow. You don't see too many bad hops in the big leagues. You saw one right there. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Right where the dirt meets the grass, the ball came up. Nothing that Kemp could do.
109.8 miles an hour off the bat and knocked him down Matrix style.
He got knocked over on a ground ball.
Yeah, in the outfield. That's serious exit velocity. That's a base hit for Jose Rojas. Here's Brandon Marsh. First to check.
The Angels don't have another position player to run.
This is it. Bench is empty.
They've loaded up on relief pitchers. Don't have a lot of flexibility when it comes to position players.
I know he looks like a grizzled vet, but he's a rookie. 24-year-old Brandon Marsh.
If you're Bob Melvin, you start doing the math and counting the spots to Shohei Ohtani.
It's getting close. It's Marsh now, Fletcher on deck. Ohtani would follow. Marsh, contact, deep central. Starling Marte runs it down.
Have a night, Starling Marte. He was playing Brandon all the way over, shaded towards the left center field gap. You see where he's set up there? That's a great drop step, great reaction to a ball, and kind of made it look easy going all the way back to the track. He had that one lined up all the way. All struck well.
That was moving fast. So was Marte, but he is so smooth out there. And according to StatCast, that would be 50% hit probability. Not tonight. Here's Fletcher. First pitch strike. Ohtani on deck. A's up a run. And Fletcher reaches. Whew. Fletcher in the air. That should be no problem for Cannon. Game over. A's hang on. They win it 5-4. And it's win number 80 on the season for Oakland. Sergio Romo gets the job done and just barely avoids facing Shohei Ohtani with the game on the line. So, who's tonight's YouTube player of the game? Polls open. Cole Irvin, Chris Davis, Matt Olson, Josh Harrison. There's your choices. Let us know. Voting begins now. We'll have some conversations with the winning ball club. A couple Oakland A's players will join us on the post-game show, which starts right now. And let's begin. The post-game show starts now. It's presented by Chime. We are still live on YouTube globally for another 30 minutes. All things Oakland A's and Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. A 5-4 nail-biter for Oakland, where the bullpen has been tested often lately and failed quite a bit. Not tonight, Tom.
Yeah, they've been worked a lot lately. They came through tonight. Diekman to Trevino to Romo. Got the job done.
Let's talk through it with Josh Harrison, a part of the winning ball club. The Oakland A's pick up their 80th win of the season. Josh, thank you so much for joining us. First, let's go through the ninth inning and the job done by Sergio Romo and the bullpen. I know that the pen's been through a lot lately. How much can this mean for the team going forward when you know that your squad's going to have to go on a serious run right now?
Every win is precious. And the thing is, you got to take it one game at a time. We know what's ahead of us. We know what's in front of us. We can control our own destiny. And like you said, the bullpen's been tested, but not just the bullpen, the team in general. That's baseball. There's going to be ebbs and flows, and you got to fight through.
Josh, a leadoff hitter. You had 3 consecutive plate appearances with the bases loaded. Has that happened to you before? And what's your approach in those situations?
To be honest, I'm not sure if it's happened 3 straight plate appearances. But anytime you're in that situation, the last thing you want to do is what I did the last at bat was hit a double play. But, you know, you get presented 3 times in a row. You know, I'll take what I did, a base hit, sac fly, and, you know, ball off the mound, gave him a good hop for a double play. But, you know, I'm still satisfied with the approach that I had, and was just trying to get that run across any way that I can, because every run is, you know, precious in these moments.
I know there were some errors early against Oakland, which doesn't happen very often, but also on the other side, there were some outstanding plays. Matt Olson does it kind of quietly sometimes with the picks and gobbling baseballs up on the right side, and then Matt Chapman had some fantastic plays tonight as well. What's it like with the first row seat to see some of your friends getting the job done too around you?
Being on this team, I got a newfound appreciation for those guys. Never really got a chance to see them until I played with them, and I mean, they are arguably the best first and third base combo in the league. I'll put that up against anybody.
Well, Josh, you're also familiar with Starling Marte from your days in the National League. How about that throw he made to third base? Huge play in the game, cuts down the runner at third base for the third out of that inning. Describe that play as you saw him line up the throw to third base.
Big time play. You know, Marte, that's not anything that I haven't seen from him. But, you know, for most people, since he's been traded, there's been a lot of, you know, his offensive stuff that he's done, stealing bases, this or that. And it just shows he's a complete player. He didn't have a hit tonight, but he made some big plays when they counted. And that's been, you know, a ball player and helping your team any way you can, even when you don't have it offensively.
Josh, we really appreciate the time. Congrats on the W tonight for Oakland, 5-4, heading into a big weekend for the Angels, and we'll chat again soon. Thanks, Josh.
All right, thank you.
Josh Harrison and the Oakland A's taking it 5-4. We'll step aside for a moment. We'll show you highlights from this one. I feel like we had a little bit of everything tonight.
There's a lot of highlights to get to.
A lot. I feel like in the first few innings alone, it was action-packed. And yes, Matt Olson and the Oakland A's are victorious tonight. They're hanging around for the post-game show. Grab your hot dogs. They have them.
He just smokes it.
Forget about it.
Oh, my goodness.
Great baseball right there.
And that one's going to go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is going to do it. Oh, my.
Strike three. That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
The Oakland A's have won 3 in a row. Ride the wave, ups, downs, and currently it's working again for Oakland. They're just 2.5 games out of a wild card seed with the Blue Jays falling tonight. We'll dig into standings in a bit, but how did it all happen? Let's run through it. Fletcher, 5 for 9 lifetime against the A's lefty. Makes contact, little chip shot right field. Classic David Fletcher. 1-out base runner for the Angels.
And now there's the traffic.
ゴロになりました。破っていきましたライトへのヒット。フレッチャーはセカンドストップか。ライトがちょっと弾いている。これを見てフレッチャーは三塁に行きました。大谷最初のバッターボックスでヒットを打ちました。ライトへのヒット。
Fourth base on balls for Oakland tonight.
Harrison got hit by a pitch to start this game. Diaz has been pitching out of the stretch.
Yeah. And that's a ground ball through the infield, and he's off to a great start again. Josh Harrison with the RBI knock. It's 1-0 Oakland. Olson, the bag's full of A's. Olson connects, deep center. Marsh tracking back, giving it a look at the track, and he's got it. And this time, it is good enough to score a run. In comes Davis, make it 2-0 Oakland on the sac fly.
Cole Irvin, he grew up 10 miles away from here. He was on the grounds crew at Angel Stadium. Are you kidding me?
Suzuki clocks one deep left field. It's on its way, and it is gone. The Angels are on the board. A solo shot for Kurt Suzuki to light it up. Nobody down in the second, and a chance for Lagares. Bunt. It's down. Irvin boggles it, and here comes Rengifo. Small ball city. We're tied at 2. Nowadays, that'll shock everyone, and that creates a fumble.
This is just perfectly executed.
And sets things up nicely for Fletcher with Ohtani on deck. Fletcher, first pitch swinging, open space, left center field, and the Angels will grab the lead. Mayfield and Lagares come on down. It's 4-2.
And I believe this is, what, at bat number 6 with the bases loaded for the Oakland A's. And we're only in the 3rd inning.
Harrison connects, it's in the air. And Lagares is going to make the catch. Chapman on the run, and he is in there. A's get a run, make it 4-3 for Oakland. This is a strong team on defense. Very weak. Matt Chapman charging, barehanded. On a hop. Oh, we got him. The Mats showing off. Olsen with the pick. Side retired.
Are you kidding me? That was disgusting.
I have to let you know and the world that there was an earthquake registered about 25 miles from Angel Stadium, magnitude 4.3. It was in Carson, California. I didn't feel a thing. Brown on the grounds, and this is going to bring it along for Oakland. Very productive ground out for Seth Brown, so the A's have caught up. Canna's at 3rd now, 3-0. And that's past Suzuki, and the A's grab the lead.
It's been a tough inning for a really good defensive catcher.
Runners on the move, and the throw is in there. Tough inning for Kurt Suzuki, and that's a good way to head back to the dugout. Well, let's head into the home 8th. The Angels have one on for Luis Rengifo. Starling Marte has an arm, Tom.
Yeah, I thought this was the key play in the game. And now Wong knows what kind of arm Starling Marte has. This ball was thrown 94 miles an hour on target. Instead of 1st and 2nd, rally in place, tying run on 2nd. A's are back in the dugout with the lead preserved. Huge play in the game by Starling Marte.
And the celebration, oh, the finisher. Sergio Romo in there in the 9th. Romo against Rojas, pinch hitting. And, I mean, that was a tough shot. Weird bounce, hard off the bat. Tony Kemp gets knocked over.
Yeah, he got knocked over by a ground ball, folks. Yeah, wow. That didn't bother Sergio Romo. Went right back to work with the help again of Starling Marte, running the ball down the track for the 2nd out.
That was hard off the bat, too, from Brandon Marsh. And Sergio Romo knows he has it there. David Fletcher flies out, and they avoid Shohei Ohtani, who was looming on deck. A's take it 5-4. Now, they entered the day with a 4.4% playoff chance, according to FanGraphs. To me, that actually feels kind of low.
That's too low. I agree with you.
I know they're looking at the schedule, strength of schedule down the stretch, but Oakland's only 2.5 games out. The Blue Jays fell tonight. The Yankees and Red Sox currently hold the wild card seats. Oakland picks up win number 80. Yes, they're going to have to go on a run. This could be the key weekend to jumpstart it because they've won 3 in a row. If they sweep the Angels, that's 5 in a row, and then heading into the Mariners and the Astros. Those are not easy tasks. The Mariners are still fighting for a wild card seat, although it's going to be a little bit of a tough road ahead for them. The only thing I'll say about Houston on the schedule for Oakland is that they're gearing up at this point for the playoffs. I'm not saying that they're going to be a pushover. That lineup is not easy to handle.
Yes.
But they're not fighting for their playoff lives at the moment.
That's still a tough draw, but I said coming into this game, to me, Oakland at minimum has to go 12-4 the last 16. To get the 91, I think that's the number for the wild card. That's not going to be easy against 2 teams they've had trouble with, Seattle and Houston, next 2 weeks.
So now they're afforded 4 losses, according to you, right?
Yeah, so now 11-4. So they're
15.
With every win, I'm telling you, it becomes more and more possible. That 4% chance that you're referring to, that keeps going up with each win.
Yeah, that number is going to shoot up a bit. At one point, Oakland was sitting pretty in a spot a few weeks back. Bullpen had some troubles, but the offense has been consistent, especially in the month of September. And the man leading that charge this year has been Matt Olson. And Brett Dolan had a conversation with the YouTube Player of the Game. The trophy is all yours, Matt Olson, and it makes sense because if we could give a YouTube trophy to a Player of the Year for this ball club, wouldn't it be this guy?
Absolutely. He's got MVP numbers with the way he's hit for power and the defense as well, and we saw that again tonight where Matt Chapman gets it done on both sides of the ball.
35%. Harrison was in there. Davis, Irvin, everybody 20+. So it was a competitive vote. But everyone says, or some say, Matt Olson does enough. Get the sac fly, a walk, a couple hits, and a great conversation with Brett Dolan. Brett, take it away.
Yeah, he's now up to 102 RBIs on the season. Think about some of the great campaigns we've seen in the American League this year. We talked about Ohtani, certainly Starling Marte. Vladdy might win the Triple Crown. Salvador Perez has been fantastic. Olsen's also on the periphery of that now with 102 RBIs. He's doing his part to push Oakland towards a postseason run, and I had a chance to catch up to him just moments ago. Reminds me, 2 hits and an RBI today. Matt, it felt like every time we looked up, there were runners on base, and you guys put a lot of pressure on the Angels tonight.
Yeah, we did. Honestly, we left a lot out there, too. So it was good to get the win. Irvin gave up those runs early and then battled back. So great start for him, good win for us.
This month hasn't gone perfectly for you guys, but the offense continues to be extremely consistent.
Yeah, we've been kind of back and forth all year, pitching doing their thing one time, hitting doing their thing another time. Hopefully these last couple weeks, everything syncs up. We take it into the playoffs and make a run. But we're still in a spot to do some damage in the playoffs and win some games here at the end and get in.
It was fun watching your dugout tonight. Seemed like it was loose. You guys were excited to be in the middle of this again. Does that calmness come from having been in so many big games the last few years?
Yeah, there's nothing that getting tight is really going to do to help us out here. So, everybody's focused on winning, and we're just better when we're a little loose. When we get hot, we stay hot, and it's because we play loose, and that's what we're going to do down the stretch.
Finally, what will it take to get that second wild card?
Got to win. We got to show up every day and play our best baseball.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, got to win. That's what Olsen said about what his team needs to do, facing all American League West competition the remainder of the way. I do believe this was our first locker room presentation of our YouTube Player of the Game. I thought about running in there to present it myself. I could have been the first media member in the locker room in 2 years. He'll get the trophy, though. A's get the win. That's now 3 in a row after that hugely disappointing game back on Tuesday when they blew the 6-run lead. And, guys, I'm with you. They keep winning. They're still very much alive for getting that second wild card once again.
Yeah, Brett, it's a great point. It's 2.5. Look, this is updated for you. All the games are done tonight. Boston, a half game up. They have the first wild card seed. So if the season ended today, it would be Yankees, Red Sox, maybe Cole, Sale at Fenway. But the Blue Jays are saying, hey, don't forget about us. Dynamic offense, starting pitching has been supreme for them. But Oakland's 2.5 games away. They're the quiet underdog at this point in the standings, but they're not out of it.
They're not, especially the way their offense is just clicking on all cylinders. Hey, listen, I'm not ruling out the potential of game number 163. How great would that be?
Awesome. I would love to see
Before we
it.
even get to the postseason, we'll have a tie. More games, more chaos.
Hey, I'm going to make another bold call here. So I'm thinking about the MVP conversation. We had the poll question. That was our first one to kick things off tonight, where Shohei Ohtani took it by a landslide. I believe 83% of the pie said Ohtani versus Vladdy Jr. Ohtani, Vladdy Jr., Salvador Perez, who's putting together one of the best offensive seasons we've seen from a catcher in Major League history, and Matt Olson, many years, would be an excellent MVP candidate. I think you could take those 4, put them in the National League, and I could see any of them winning the MVP over the guy who takes it in the NL. You know what I'm saying?
Whoever that might be, right? That's wide open. Yeah, and give all kinds of credit to Matt Olson. He had a tough year last year. I remember talking to him in spring training. He kind of went back to the drawing board and fixed a flaw in his swing where he changed the angle of his bat going into the zone. He got into a bad habit last year of kind of coming uphill, and he specifically changed that bat angle. He tore up the Cactus League, and usually that means nothing. The ball travels there. It's not regular season baseball, but in his case, it foreshadowed the season that he had because he just crushed it in the Cactus League. That swing change got him back on track.
Yeah, too much launch angle, right? I mean, he's the fly ball man, but this year, he has cut his strikeout rate in half. Biggest decrease in Major League Baseball. That's a great thing for him. Still making the strong contact. He is one of the best in the biz at first base. He's top 3 in the American League in OPS, and Oakland is not a hitter's ballpark either. I'll mention that. The regular OPS does not factor in where you're playing. Oakland has a ton of extra foul ground, and Matt Olson has been awesome for Oakland. He is your YouTube Player of the Game for the winning ball club. Oakland 5, Angels 4. Gorgeous night here in Orange County. We'll hang out with you all night long. We've got one more segment to go, about 5-10 minutes to talk about these two and what's next for us on YouTube next week.
How great was he? I don't know how long I'm going to live. But heck, I know prolonged my life 6 or 7 years because he was a closer. I mean, he'd come out there and go 10 pitches and 3 outs and he's shaking hands.
Got him, and the game is over that quickly.
The way he stared in like one-eyed, I couldn't remember seeing a pitcher be able to throw strikes wherever he wanted to throw them.
Look at that location.
He was like a musketeer doing it, a marksman.
He seems like he's always ahead in the count. He's just amazing.
Looks like a demon, paints like an angel.
He's so handsome, and he's Zorro, and he's got the mustache and the hair. He's ringing guys up, he's pointing at them, he's shooting them down, and there was some hard feelings, and he didn't care. And that's like, well, get a hit next time, too bad.
I try to have presence on the mound because I think that hitters can sense a pitcher when he's not real confident. So I try to play the part.
You had to play the part.
You know, I played this confident guy, but deep down inside, that wasn't me at all.
Hi, Sean.
Hi, Elvis.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Hi, James.
Hi, James.
Love James. Best umpire in the big leagues.
What? What? Are you kidding me? That was disgusting.
I was mic'd up for the YouTube game.
Yeah?
Followed me out, and I was like, dang, that's supposed to be, I
Yeah,
feel like LeBron. Man.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they feel like when they walk in the arena.
Probably what Shohei feels like every day. Cole Swervin, gamertag is his name. Irvin, October 13th, dropping YouTube channel, streaming. Kid's nasty. You could be on the same battlefield as Cole Swervin, Irvin.
You can be on the battlefield. You can be on the ocean.
You could. It's almost like you're on the battlefield, like us. The Oakland A's. Matt Olson, bomb, 2-0, hanging slider.
That's it.
Or Filet Johnson. Nice. Yeah, do something for YouTube.
The grenade is in. Hey, that's back-to-back days, baby.
Yeah! That was nasty! El Cañón! Yeah. But if you want to get really good at something, like say for example, baseball, you can watch YouTube videos all day long of your favorite players. The only reason I can give this advice is I did it myself. Oh gosh. I would watch Johan Santana, Tim Lincecum, Steven Strasburg. Man, these boys. Bartolo, Frankie says. Watch them kind of recreate what they're trying to do. Hell yeah! Good win, everyone. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. Nice. Nice. Nice.
YouTube Mike work hard for Sean Manaea, A+. Why? Had some great calls.
Yeah.
Genuine calls. And just love it on his YouTube videos. Genuinely, though, telling the story about he watched some of his favorites on YouTube, and look where he is now.
And now I want a Sean Manaea YouTube channel. I'll watch.
Yeah, you're right. Well, you're going to have to go to Cole Swervin Irvin's page, which opens up soon. Hey, the A's hope to be playing deep into October, but they need to get through September 1st. This is what they have left. It's 2 more against the Angels, and then Mariners and Astros. That's it. That's not fun, because those are the other two strong teams in the American League West, including a Seattle ball club that mathematically is in a challenging spot, but they've played really competitive baseball the entire season. You're not looking at any of those series going, oh, Oakland's just going to sweep through. You know, these are not, and I know strength of schedule can be a controversial topic because sometimes teams get hot late in the year, but I mean, I would still, at least me, I'd rather play a team like Baltimore than a team like Seattle or Houston.
Absolutely.
Down the stretch.
And they're division rivals, so they're very familiar with one another. There's no secrets at this point. Let's not get too far ahead, though, because 2 more games here against the Angels, including they're going to see Shohei Ohtani, who's returning to the mound on Sunday. So first things first, there's no looking forward. The only way the A's think about postseason, they do what they did tonight. Just take care of business with the game that's right in front of you. But Ohtani back on the mound, that's good news for anybody who's a baseball fan.
Yeah, he's back. He's an MVP candidate. We didn't know if we were going to see him again. We thought there was a chance that he would pitch today after Alex Cobb came back 5 scoreless yesterday for the Angels. And we said, oh, it's Ohtani's turn. But he had a little bit of arm soreness, but only is going to push him back a couple days. He is scheduled for Sunday for the Halos, a team that's full of superstars. Let's be real. But this is likely going to be a 6th consecutive season of sub-500 baseball. They're 3 games under the 500 mark at the moment. Yes, injury city at the moment, but they have the 2 best players, or arguably 2 of the best players in the sport. Mike Trout's been the best player in the sport for the past decade. I think Shohei Ohtani is now taken over, and for Trout, this is really the one lost season for him, Tom. He's going to end up missing well over 100 games this year.
Yeah, and you see, that's been the pattern. You know, this should be the prime of his career, turned 30 years old in August, and he's losing, if you're a baseball fan, not just an Angels fan, too much of the prime of his career. And we thought that calf injury was a matter of maybe a month or 2, and it's become a 4-month issue where we probably will not see him again this year. It just, every time Mike would get out there and do some baseball activities, he'd feel okay, but the next day the soreness was right there again. So never got to the point where he could get back on the field this year.
3 career postseason games.
That's it. No wins.
All in 2014 against the Royals. They were swept. Look at all the hardware. Mike Trout's trophy room. I can't believe we had access like this. There's the Rookie of the Year in 2012. All-Star Game MVPs. Oh, just 2. Wow. 8 Silver Sluggers. Multiple MVPs. 3 of them. Mike Trout is the best player of the past decade. No argument, right?
Without question, yeah. I mean, he's the standard. And you can talk today about guys like Fernando Tatis. Even Ohtani is in that discussion. But he's the champ for me when it comes to the best player in the game. I mean, he's not right now because he just hasn't been on the field. It's not because of lack of production, lack of playing time.
How do you think the season would look for the Angels if they had a full year from Trout and a full year from Rendon? Would it be playoff relevance, or is the pitching just really not there, which has been a problem for the good part of the past decade?
Yeah, I still don't think the pitching is up to the caliber of being a postseason team. Listen, you would definitely be better with those 2 guys alone in the lineup, but starting rotation the last 2 years, 29th, this year 22nd, just not good enough. I mean, Shohei Ohtani is the only one on the staff who's thrown more than 100 innings this year. You can't be a playoff team with that kind of starting pitching. So for me, I would have liked to see, as amazing as Ohtani has been this year, what his numbers would have looked like with Rendon and Trout surrounding him in the lineup. My goodness, that makes a difference.
Yeah, that's one of the keys with the MVP conversation is, you know, if you're putting him up against Vladdy Jr., and we mentioned this towards the top of the game, Vladdy Jr. has some friends, some help. A lot more so than Shohei Ohtani right now. It's just like, why are you pitching much to Shohei? So he is seeing many baseballs outside the zone, and he's been great, though, in the second half on the mound, and he will do that again this weekend. On the National League side, first off, the East is heating up again. The Phillies, you want to talk strength of schedule, they've got some cupcakes down the stretch, just saying. And then, out west, the Giants and Dodgers are in a battle because one of those 2 ball clubs, they might finish as the top 2 records in the sport. One of those teams is going to have their season on the line in a 1-game wild card. And who's that up against? Could be the Cardinals, could be the Reds, Padres, maybe still the Phillies. The National League has a lot left to be decided. There's only one thing we know. The Milwaukee Brewers are going to take the National League Central crown. They're actually going to try and play spoiler against the St. Louis Cardinals, who have just jumped right back into the wild card conversation, led by some of the vets, Yadi Molina, Adam Wainwright, and you'll be there, I'll be there, Brett will be there. Next week on Thursday, it's our last YouTube game of this season. We've got a great one to finish things up because, first off, there's a decent chance it's going to be someone like Corbin Burns, Brandon Woodruff, Freddie Peralta, 3 Cy Young candidates. And for the Cardinals, they're in an absolute brawl right now for a wild card.
And I will say this, the Milwaukee Brewers, to me, can be as dangerous a postseason team as anybody. Why? Because of those pitchers that you mentioned. To me, when you get into postseason baseball, as a pitching staff, you need to get hitters out in the strike zone. Guys really are more disciplined, intensity, focus go up. So guys like Woodruff and Peralta and Burns and the bullpen with Williams and Hader, they all can get hitters out. Their stuff is so good in the strike zone. So I think they're a tough matchup for the Giants, the Dodgers, anybody who they might play.
World Series contender. You're going to see them next week against the playoff contender. That's as good as it gets to end our YouTube slate. Hey, this was an absolute pleasure. What a ballpark. What a day. What a game. A little bit of everything going on. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Swinging back for one more matchup next week, September 23rd. Pregame show starting at 1:30 Eastern. And for the great Tom Verducci, Brett Dolan, our entire superstar crew doing a great job all season long. We loved being here with you. I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. A's win at 5-4. See you next week on YouTube, okay?